to order the city budget meeting for January 22nd, 2022. Carla, call the roll, please.
Beaufore. Birgen.
Here I am.
Drenkow.
Here.
Kangas.
Present.
Meyers.
Here.
Rathe.
Here.
Schneider.
Here. Six of us here. Heather and the mayor are both out for the day, or at least for now. So, next motion would be approve the agenda. Do we have a motion?
I move we approve the agenda as stated.
Second. Been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Our agenda is approved. So we will start our study session of the proposed 2022-23 budget, and I will turn it over to City Administrator to kind of lead us through the pretty charts to start with.
You bet. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So it is that time of year again. You can see all the smiling faces. There's one at least, probably, but we'll spend our day today hammering through this budget. Before we start in, there's a couple people I want to thank for this. We had some key employees missing this year during budget process for very good reasons, but the county department really had to pivot and step up. Karen Norton, even Danielle Stratton just came here in the summer for HR, got a little finance lesson this year too. A gentleman of mine come back from the library for a bit and helped as well, and appreciate everything they're done. But Valerie Northup, had it not been with her, you wouldn't have these books in front of you. We wouldn't be here today with it. So for taking on a role as deputy clerk and even at times acting city clerk and then now finance director for a while, I just want to publicly thank her because everything you see in here, the binding, the duplication, the entry, the everything, she did above and beyond, and that is a huge task. So I just want to thank her for that. You wouldn't be here, like I said, if she hadn't done that. So thank you guys. And with that, we will start to jump into some of your packet. We'll hit our slides first. I emailed those out to you as well. And you also have a little love note from the state auditor. So Mr. Sands has sent a couple of these out. The big topic lately is public funds going to private enterprises, 501c3s. And we do have a handful of those that we deal with. And once we get a little closer to that operational item, the health and services, we start talking about these. Bill will have a little information to run with on it as well. He's been kind of working through League of Cities, other attorneys to kind of identify what we're going to do with this. And so that is one of the hot topics right now that's going around is should we be providing funds towards nonprofits and 501s? If you are, you must provide a public purpose as to how that benefits the overall good or public. And so that is something we will touch on later. So that's for your leisurely reading, those two little memos that were sent out.
James and I read that, and I saw that when that came out in November. I was thinking specifically of Chamber and
Chamber, Heritage Days, Senior Center. I mean, it's all of them. All the stuff that we give those entities, this affects. So we will, you're absolutely correct. We'll have to identify what we're going to do, what we're doing public policy wise, and whether it's another policy, a statement, a resolution. I'll let Bill kind of address that as we hit that spot in the budget, but you're absolutely correct. This has been going on for a little bit. It's getting enforced a lot more now. I think it's an overreach personally, so we'll see, but that is something we will address and try and take care of.
I think Bill will answer my questions when we get there. So.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we'll start in with your packet here. We'll go through our slides first. The top one is always the question everybody likes to know is where did my taxes go when I pay them? This is fiscal 22, because of course we don't have the rates for 23 at this point in time. But as we took on a more substantial debt load in the last couple of years, our portion has shifted a little more than it normally would be. Often you'll see 40% city, 40% schools, 15% county, and a miscellaneous of other. In this case, it would be Hawkeye Community College. The assessor has a couple different rates, and the state also has a very small one that's incorporated into that 2% miscellaneous. But as you can see in 22, we have a little more of the share, in a sense. And again, this will adjust every year, depending on who has what and what projects are going on. We've been less in the schools. We're more now. Hopefully we'll be less soon. But it doesn't really matter in the end. We take care of our business, they take care of their business, but this is what it looks like in a pie chart. This is who's got the share of what. So we'll jump to the next one. And this has always been an interesting one that I've kind of liked. So valuations are a big thing. You know, it's where you start getting into rollback and the backfills and everything else that we're going to talk about briefly through this. So when you look at just the total valuation before we start chopping away portions for rollback, we're about 80% residential in the city of Waverly. And so when you hear residential rollbacks, that hits us harder than other cities that might be less residential, more industrial, more commercial. And that is the more volatile rollback. And for those listening, both of you out there on camera, rollback would be the amount we can actually tax set by the state. So when your house is $100,000, we can't tax against that $100,000. We can only tax against this year $54,000 and change. That's the rollback that the state puts out there for everyone across the state, not just us. And that is what your taxable comes. So as a chart later, they'll show you what that has done, that gap in taxing ability and what it has taken away. So the purpose of these is to show you that when we get into taxable valuation, then, as I said, the rollback trims out how much is taxable. You do see a drop in the residential percentage because we cannot gain as much in taxes off the residential portion, even though that is our largest bucket, so to speak, of property. Commercial goes up a little bit, so does industrial, because again, their fluctuation in the rollback is not great at all. In fact, it's been at 90% for quite a few years now. So on that topic, then the backfill was established back in 13-14 when the state reduced our ability to collect taxes on resident or commercial and industrial properties. And we were told that would continue on forever. Forever is about 8 years, according to the state. So we start losing that backfill this year. And gradually over the years, we will reduce 1/8 of it till it's completely gone. That's about a $200,000 issue for us once it's all said and done. So they determined that by how fast you grew in the last 10 years or so. You had to be at 36 point something percent. How they came up with that, I have no idea. But if you were above that, it was going to be reduced over 5 years. If you're below that, it was 8 years. We were below that. So like 7 or 8 years. And so we will be reducing our backfill slower, but it's still going away. So forever is not near as long as you think it is when you're in government. So any questions on the valuation classification? This chart here we're kind of showing. You know, it's just kind of a broad base. So the rollback history, this is one I like quite a bit actually. The commercial, railroad, industrial has kind of been lockstep with industrial almost the entire time. If you look at the far left, you get a little hint of green there. That is the only time there was a slight variance in your commercial property and your industrial property. Otherwise, they've been treated the same throughout. So as I said, in about 14, they started to cut down commercial industrial, went from 95 to 90, and there it has stayed going forward. If you look at agricultural, the blue line, that is just a hodgepodge up, down, all over the place. It just kind of varies based on production on a 5-year average, not necessarily a single year worth. And that is a very weird formula they use, but they fluctuate more than residential actually. It's just up and down all over the place. This year it is up again, it's to 89%. And if you look not even 10 years ago, it was down about 43%. So that is a wide swing in agricultural ground. We don't have a lot of that in the city of Waverly, obviously in our city limits, but still it's worth noting. The red is the most prominent, the residential. As you can see, it's been kind of fluctuating down. It's heading up. Now it's up and down each year. This year it dropped a bit, like I said, to 54.1302. So again, on a $100,000 house, you can only tax against $54,130.20.
James, can you explain at all what's the rationale that the state makes behind these? I mean, how do they decide?
I can try.
It looks like it's so arbitrary.
I don't think the state itself knows what the rationale is sometimes for some of this that happens. We get a mix every year. There's times we've been completely wrong, thinking we had increased and it would drop, and it does not. So statewide, they look at the valuations and the growth that occurs. And you can only have a fluctuation of, I believe it's 3% now, it used to be 4%. And ag and residential is tied together. So they have to go lockstep. So if one is up, it can drag the other one down if it's not up. And it's just a very complicated problem that they have. So It was to kind of ward off the huge increases in valuation for residential property and then the big drop in agricultural property. So when they look at that, if we're gaining revenue way too high, the rollback comes down. So you're not taxed at that growth factor. And so it then kind of caps off the growth that you were experiencing. So if you're a very high growth community, that rollback is going to drop for you and everyone else. You'll be contributing to that factor. If you're not growing much at all, and the state itself goes into a little bit of a lesser growth mode, it will increase that rollback so you gain more taxes off those properties. So it is a formula the Department of Revenue uses statewide to determine what it should be each and every year. We've tried to estimate a lot in the past, and it's all over the board because we really don't have that kind of data statewide to know what they're looking at, how far out. And ag, I think, is one of the bigger issues that really drives that because it is so unknown, and depending on crop production, the 5-year average, I think it's very difficult to factor in what that's going to be, and that really does help determine the overall, because again, they're linked to residential by 3% maximum growth.
So it's based on assessments each year? Is that?
It's, yeah, based on growth.
Okay.
What we're assessing, what we're seeing the properties actually do. And like I said, agriculture was the most difficult to measure. So it is up and down. It's just, it would be nice if it was just flat. Here it is. But that's not the way we do it in the state here. So.
Thank you.
Multi-residential, as you can see, that was started about fiscal 17. They created that separate class so that you could accommodate businesses that were in apartment buildings, et cetera, or apartment buildings themselves. They pulled them out separately, gave them a reduced rate. That has been dropping a little over 3% every year. It will cease to exist next year and it'll just be folded into residential now. So a mere 6 years ago, that was at 100% valuation. It's broken out. And now it'll be gone next year. So that is a loss in revenue that we've had of almost 45–50% on those properties from taxation. So you can see that sharp decline. It's on a straight level, and in 24, I believe, it goes away.
And what was the rationale behind that?
Couldn't tell you. That's one that we've never really understood. It was just, there's a lot of political chatter about it that I won't get in. I probably said more than I should today, so kind of curbed that. But there was a lot of political discussions, I think, that happened at that time. Friends of friends, pals of pals, and that's how some of this stuff gets done. And I think this was one of them. Some people had ears of other people, and here we are.
So I got to admit, I'm looking at this like a mathematician, and I can't understand why the top one is a 90%. Because it seems like what's important are the relative numbers, like how they are relative to each other.
Sure.
But the difference between taxing 9% at 100% valuation and 10% at 90% evaluation, it doesn't make any difference, right?
I think there's a lot of mathematicians looking at it, Brian.
I'll give you that, but it's like the fact that your top one is 90%, everything is just, all that matters is how they are relative to each other in the end. So
I like it. We'll draft a new tax law and submit it because I like it. But yeah, this is the way it's been for a long time, and other states do it differently. This is what we get to deal with. So, yeah, any other questions on rollback? It's kind of a messy little junk over here. Otherwise, we jump forward. So the end result of that then is the chart that I have in front of me, and this one I've kind of enjoyed. So if you look at the top line, that is 100% valuation. That is truly what all the properties in the city are worth year after year after year. We've had a nice steady increase. We're just under 900 million right now. We're about 857. If you look at the taxable valuation, that is the bottom line. The gap in between is what we're missing. If we were at 100% taxable valuation, that is the gain in value we would be able to tax against, and that's what's been lost through the rollback process. And it's pretty substantial, as you can see. So, again, there's no mathematicians doing this. It's a state. It's just, this is what we deal with every single year, is looking at that nice growth and then seeing that, oh, well, that doesn't mean we can tax against it. That actually went worse. And that's happened before. So, but just something I enjoy showing because it's kind of interesting how that really helps us out. And then the actual taxable valuation, the part that we can levy against, is in the next chart. The red tops would be the amount of TIF that we have, which you can see is not very substantial compared to the overall tax itself. It's about 10%, a little more. But what you do see, and which is very good, is a nice trend upward. There are other communities do not have that trend. They struggle quite a bit. That's just what it ends up being for them. We are very fortunate to have that upward trend of growth. So we continue to grow and expand, and that's what makes this a little easier for us. Okay. And next, you look at the valuation and the tax rate itself. Again, it's something we've always looked at. Is there a relationship? Is there not? Well, there really isn't. So we kind of thought there was at one time. But as you can see, in the last couple of years, our rate had grown quite a bit due to the debt that we've taken on for the projects we were completing. This year, we are coming in with a flat rate, identical to last year. We'll show you that as we get a little further into the book. And then again, valuation is starting to separate again and get a little higher as we go. So not a real solid relationship between the two, but at least you can see what it kind of looks like together as it's graphically shown.
James, can I ask a question about the previous one with the TIF chart? So like major projects that have happened, like the hospital expansion as a nonprofit, is that even included in this added valuation? Because are they, how do property taxes work for?
They don't pay taxes, same as we don't pay taxes.
Yeah.
Churches don't pay taxes, and nonprofits don't pay taxes. We have a very high percentage of that in this city. So that's why a lot of times if we're doing water projects or things like that, we don't go out and do geo bonds because you can't pay them back with anything but taxes. Water and sewer, everybody pays. That's the one equalizer in the entire city is water and sewer and solid waste. But tax-wise, no, they are not included in that taxable valuation because they simply don't pay taxes. If you think about all the institutions, well, the city being one of them, counties, schools, et cetera, they are significant buildings and significant pieces of property that are not taxed. So they are not included in that levy.
Do we have, just for interest, a percentage idea of how much property in town relative to 100% is non-taxable?
You have to be determined to base it on what? Sheer square footage, acreage. It can't be on value because they don't pay taxes, so we don't know what that would be. It's a very difficult thing to ascertain what it is. We just know there's a pretty substantial amount because of the nonprofits and everything else we've talked about. They just don't pay taxes, and it's a lot.
So
you start to really
nonprofits don't have valuations for their properties given?
Not from a taxable standpoint to where we would be able to derive that. So when you look at a lot of the Beacon, that kind of thing, you will not see valuations for that.
Okay.
At least from a taxable standpoint, because that's what they're really showing. If you go to sell it, they'll find a valuation, I'll guarantee it, but we're not being able to really grab a hold of that to value it for taxing.
Okay.
So yeah, that's a good question. It's substantial, so. Okay, jump ahead, Carl. And the next couple are just purely informational. The first one, the pie graph, is just showing you the size of different budgets from an expenditure side, because to do it from a net tax revenue side, some don't have taxes per se, your enterprise funds, et cetera, so we don't really have that. Here we can at least show the overall size of expenditures of the budget. Public safety, public works, streets, a very good size, and then leisure services, water, sewer, water, it just kind of flows down. Health and Human Services being the smallest one, and then airport, et cetera. So all of you are in the 4.9% little blue slice of council and admin, so if you want to know where you're at, that's where you're at. Jump to the next one. So this is the actual taxable piece. As I was saying, a lot of the departments aren't taxable. And it paints a little bigger picture. Sorry, Rich, gentlemen, it's a lot of public safety. Eclipsed by leisure services, though. We have all the pretty stuff. Leisure services, our top one here on the taxable side. Second to public safety, and then it goes library, public works, et cetera. So again, just something to kind of note your differing sizes of your budgets.
So those are basically the non-revenue generating portions of the budget.
Yep, that's what you're actually taxing for by percentage. The next few or so, we'll jump in a little quick. They're debt service. We've seen these each and every year. The first one, the top line, of course, is the total of all the debt. So not as big a fan of this one to put it in there, just, I guess, to put it in there, but you can kind of see it. I don't even want to look at that one, Carl. Let's go with there's a better one a little later. So
At least it's going down.
it is. That's the beauty of
Very fast.
paying everything off in 10 years.
Yeah.
So if you look at the next one, this is your total debt service by bar graph, which I like a little more. it graphically shows that you are dropping off, and it gets to be dropping substantially in the next 3 to 4 years. And we are completely paid free by fiscal 2031. That's our last payment on all of our debt. So not that far off, and we're doing fiscal 23 now. So that's total all payments. So that is your regular tax, your water, your sewer, your sales tax increment, all debt is gone in by 2031.
Our current debt.
What's that?
Our current debt.
Yeah.
Correct. Which is all the debt we have right now.
Okay, James, I'm going to annoy you. I'm going to go back to the line graph
Sure.
I don't like. So I'm seeing we have sales tax and we have lost, which is the local option sales tax.
Yep.
Explain to me the difference between the sales tax and the lost, and why the sales tax disappears in 2027, but the lost sticks around till 2027.
So local option sales tax was the Parkway bond. Part of it is in there for that, and that is, again, your penny tax, you want to call
Right.
it, your...
You're 1%, right?
The sales tax here is sales tax increment financing. That was for part of the project that we did for the dry run. It is a single bond that went in, so is instead of TIF, it's sales tax increment financing. So that's why that falls off. That'll be 10, 12 years. I'd have to pull it to see in 27. That's where that one ends. So it's not the same.
So that's not an extra 1% put on top of the tax, but that's some of the sales tax that we basically are able to pull out to pay off for the dry
That
run
was increment
project.
financing through that. So it was a
Okay.
whole separate, it was a gnarly one. It's the first time I'd seen it when I came here was that.
Okay.
Clever, but difficult. So that was a specific problem that we had, and it was solved with sales tax increment financing. Not something you'll see very often.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. So if you go to the next one, it's the same chart, but I like this one better because it doesn't have the top overall debt, kind of eliminating your ability to see these a little easier. So as Brian was saying, you have water, sewer across the bottom. They're both coming off in the next couple of years or so. Lost goes a little further. That's the Parkway bonds. Same with TIF. And then the total tax itself, it shows 2032, but that's actually the zero. So it's paid off in 31. There is no tax for that in 32. And that's just to get the graphical image of it.
So our new wastewater, is that paid, where is that
We
fit in
don't
there?
have that because we don't know how much we're borrowing yet.
Okay.
We will not establish that until we are done with the project. We're paying only interest right now
Okay.
on what's been drawn on. And so the SRF funding that we'll talk about, which will be a 20-year bond, we don't really know what that is yet. I didn't want to estimate a 20-year just to do it because we don't know exactly how much that'll be in the end.
But I'm assuming that our water and sewer, those debts, that's going to be
The
tied
sewer
in.
will then
The sewer,
Extend that out.
but not the water.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So the same bar graph then that we looked at before, again, it's a little more simple to understand. It goes, this is just our general obligations. So this is not water, sewer, it's not local option. This is truly general obligation debt. And you can see it levels and then it starts dropping a little bit. And if we've tried to do is keep that level so there isn't valleys and highs and lows throughout this thing. You can see we're starting to get that to that point. So you know how much ability you have to go forward without having that great big jump in taxable value and tax. So there we are, in a nutshell. That's kind of what you're going to look at today. What we've got so far, what our history is showing us, and how we're going to run. So any questions on any of that? We'll kind of cover it again as we go through the budgets themselves.
Maybe you could just remind people about the self-imposed debt limit, or if that fits in here, or if you want to do that later. But I think that's a good review.
We'll do it a couple times today. So every entity, whether it's school, city, county, follows a similar formula. Legally, you can only borrow up to 5% of your total valuation, and that's 100%, not the taxable. Thank God if it was a taxable, I don't know what we do. The 100%. So, as I said, Waverly has a valuation right now of about $857 million, and so that's about $42 million and change on the total value we can actually borrow. The council itself has implemented an 80% maximum to that as well. And so only 80% of the 42 million are we really truly allowed to borrow against unless you would override that temporarily. And that is what a lot of different cities have done to make sure you at least have 20% in reserve for disaster, whatever may happen. You always have at least that 1/5 untouched and sitting there. So whether it's a county, like Bremer County, their valuation's about $2.3 billion. They can borrow up to $115 million. That's the difference in us county. School, I haven't calculated because that's 2 different counties, different districts, but that's how it works for everybody. So 5% of your valuation, 100%, is what your legal limit is for borrowing, and you have an 80% restriction on that as well, so it's even lower. And that keeps us from getting crazy and, doing whatever we would do if we had an extra.
So just a clarifying question, the county, you said like 3 billion?
2.3.
2.3 billion. Is the city's valuation included in that, or are we a separate?
It's included.
Okay.
So the county includes everything in the county itself, like we include everything in the city limits of itself. So that's all the cities as well, school districts, everything in there is included.
So we're almost a third of the property.
We're quite a bit, yeah. Yeah, we are about a third. Then you figure the other communities, the rural ground itself and everything included, so about 2.3 billion roughly.
Aren't there concerns about using the same, collateral for 2 different debts?
Well, that's a mathematician talking.
Sorry, that's how I think.
Somebody at the bank may answer that. No, that's the way the state has always done it.
Okay.
And that's why I think you're looking at 5% of the value is all you're borrowing against. So the collateral you're talking about, you're only borrowing 5% of that collateral's value at any one time. So if you combine it all together, and if you look in your audits, which I brought with, you have what's called overlapping debt. And that's also what factors into our total as an audit, and that's all of our debt and debt from the school and the county as well that would be factored into our city limits. So we do look at that.
Yeah.
And the county has to do that too in their audits if they're doing a certified audit like it is. If they're doing a regular cash audit, they may not. But you also have those tables, like I said, called overlapping debt, and that gives exactly what you're talking about. Here's the total affected in the county, city, schools, et cetera, from all the different areas. And so we look at that also.
And actually, Brian, that really isn't collateral because the county and the city doesn't own the property.
Yes,
all they're looking at is the ability to tax to be able to service that debt. So it's a little different than what
it was, for lack of a better word.
Okay.
In a sense, I get what you're saying, yes. So that's how they've always kind of ran and done that. And I think the 5% is basically the reasoning. And it's been like that for as long as anybody can go back and remember. And that's what's interesting is we get more and more things put on us to fund, or the prices and everything goes up. Our levy limits are capped, and it makes it more and more difficult to function as these things continue to be pushed down or put on us. And we'll talk about that here in a second. So if you look at your books, you kind of flip through. We won't go much into the beginning here. You have our org chart. We get into the valuations, the nice pink page. It's very nice. At the end is the current ones, but you have them for a variety of history all the way back. Some of it is taxable, some of it's the 100% valuation. So again, we can talk about that if you like, but when you get into the tax rate summary, this is kind of the basis of where we're coming in at this year. So what I'm getting at, I talk about our levy limits. So there's the 810 levy. So in your general fund, you can tax $8.10 per thousand evaluation every year, and that's it. That's your maximum. That almost every city in the state, there's a few that don't hit that, but you hit your 810 levy. Once you hit that, then there's other funds that you can go into as well, but not until you hit that limit. That has been there for as long as anyone can remember, and so we're still continuing to have a limitation of funding at $8.10 going forward. Though you look at inflation, you look at the price of everything, you look at the expectations as you grow and grow, you hope your valuation keeps up with what that cause is from the cost increase. And if not, then you're having to dip in your fund balance, which most cities are doing that as well, and we are one of them. So as we turn a good fund balance, we don't keep any more than we need. That's what we use to help offset our costs and try to balance our budgets out. And most of the time it goes to one-off capital projects, it offsets those, and so that's kind of how we factor this in. But 810 levy, there was talk about a year ago possibly raising that, which would have been very helpful. And then there was talk about taking it away completely, and then we would become like the schools where we receive 2%, 3%, whatever increase the state itself would deem necessary for us to function. And that would have been disastrous for cities that are super growing fast, from Waukee to others, when you're now allowed 2% and 3%, and that's all you get. not a great way to manage. I kind of wish they'd stay out of our business, let us take care of our own municipalities. We are government too. You're elected by the same body they were. It'd just be really nice if we could just manage our own business and stop trying to meddle in it. That's, again, sorry, personal soapbox. It's just frustrating.
Well, so looking at this, the fact that that's capped at 8.1, we have a different tax rate for debt service, so we are allowed to tax for debt service. This is basically encouraging us to borrow rather than pay directly. Because there's a cap as to how much we can
And then criticize you for having too much debt.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, it sets you up for that, because the only limits then, again, so you look at, we have a small limit for the Civic Center, that's 13.5 cents. You have a levy for your property and liability insurance, that's simply what it is. Ours went up a little bit this year with the additional building coming online, and then just the sheer cost of replacement itself has skyrocketed, so that is up a little bit. Benefits, that's the only other one that you have that's really that flexible. So whatever your insurance is, or FICA, IPERS, and 411, which we don't set, that one and debt is really all that can be changed, so to speak. And so our debt is actually down a little bit on the levy, and so if you look, our rate is identical. Last year, we came in at the same 16.33. And that does not include any predicted future debt, because we don't know what you're going to want to do, if anything. We'll talk about that later in the day, but that's kind of where we brought you, was same as last year, same rate, same.
So are there caps on those other debt, are there limits on those other debts?
Yep, the only ones that don't, as Brian has said, was debt. And then benefits, which is, kind of necessary. Your insurance, and your insurance. So that's what it looks like. That's your summary historically, how we've kind of gotten to the point we are now, and kind of gives you a taste of what we're coming in to start with. So we're trying to kind of live within our growth, and that's what we're demonstrating here.
So that's your projected rate if we don't take on any more debt.
And if we don't cut out things that we may not need or think we don't need, or whatever your choices are in that manner, or if there's the thing about it, a lot of places get caught up in this too, and I don't think they explain it very well. So that rate as it sits, if you want to lower it, well, you're just going to burn more fund balance, because we're not within the actual levies that exist here. No city really does that. So we have a certain amount of fund balance that's getting us to that rate, because we got our limits. Your debt is what it is, your insurance is what it is, and then you either tax 100% of that or you don't. And so this is artificially 1633. If you want to lower it, we burn more fund balance. If you want to raise it, you burn less fund balance. It's not a difficult concept, other than it's just how much fund balance do you want to burn. And we try to be respectful of that and hold that within our guidelines of our policies. We have a little extra for your amendments or things that come up. But when we get up 50, 60% or so, we use that to do our project work, some of it, and get it back down to about 25 to 30%, which is where we, by policy, are to sit. You may see other entities at 50, 60, 70, 80, 100, 150. We don't do that, because to me, then that is, you're taxing way too much when you have all this extra money sitting there, and do you really need it or not? That's their choice to make, but we don't do that. So our reserves get up a little bit. You saw in the audit, they were 58%. We're bringing them back down to about 30, and that's what allows us to do some of the project work that we do. If we don't have fund balance growth, we don't do these projects, and the staff is well aware of that. We talk about that every year. Things may not come, and so we continue as we go forward, but it's really just a matter of fund balance. So if you want to see 16, sure, just burn more fund balance. We can make that rate anything you want. There's just a cost to doing that.
There's a limit to how.
There is. The easy part is chopping away. The hard part is the repercussion of what you just did, and knowing the difference is that's what we're here for. So it's the ripple effect that happens to that.
Could you just reiterate those percentages that you were just talking about, that we want to be at 20 to 27, I think you said?
25 to 30 is where we like to sit. This puts it at about 27, 28, somewhere right in there.
And
so that's kind of a standard that Moody's, S&P, and a lot of the bonding agencies have established. And also, when you look at the calendar year, you go about 3 months, 25% of the year, without any tax revenue. Till September is when your revenue comes in. So this gets you through that time period, being able to continue to cash flow and carry on business without having to stop because you don't have cash flow coming in. That's usually why the 25% is thrown out there. But things come up, emergencies happen, some bills are due start of the year, so that changes your percentage coming in. So we try to be a little extra, 30, even 35 at times. But when you get up there 45, 50, 60, that seems like a lot. So at some point, we try to bring that back down responsibly so that we stay in that range.
And the definition of that percentage that you're talking about is reserve fund growth,
It's your fund balance.
fund balance.
Whether it's
Okay.
assigned, unassigned, committed, I mean, there's a whole lot of categories in that too.
Okay, thank you.
But it's true total fund balance. I prefer the unassigned because that's the one we can do whatever we want to with. That's what we have the largest portion of. But this is just true fund balance itself in the general fund. Other funds also have balances that we try to keep in those same categories.
So it might be projects that don't happen or don't get done in that fiscal year, or,
Project equipment, there's just, and sometimes in some situations it becomes personnel. I've been in times when that happens. It's what it is. The limits are there for a reason, and fund balance can only go so far, and it's dangerous to go too far, so we just simply don't. So we know what our limits are. We established that for the last 3 days. That's what we've been doing, is trying to figure out what's that fund balance going to be, estimate it. We're conservative, so we know we're right in there. And so that's how this budget comes together. So again, the rate, it's great to look at it, but in the end, you're just moving fund balance at some point, and then you have a limit there too, so.
And the rate, again, looking at the rate, we can tweak it one way or the other, but
Sure.
the other factors that go into it are, as you showed in the earlier graphs, the other taxing entities, what the rollback is. So we can lower the rate and the taxes will still go up.
Absolutely.
For people because of valuations
You
going up.
can raise your rate
because
here,
of
they're still
rollbacks.
going down this year.
Yeah.
You're lowering taxes right now. Not because you wanted to, because it's just the way the formula works.
Right.
The rollback will determine more than you can ever possibly dictate unless you want to get crazy and blow this up, and then you can undo the rollback. But because it drops so much, properties are taxed so much less, taxes will go down this year. Unless we get kind of wild and crazy. And that's what happens usually every year. Rollback will determine the outcome of these taxes more than any entity almost can. They like to take credit for that, and I don't really care about all that. Just so you know what you've got in front of you is my biggest concern. So whether or not you do extra debt or not to a certain limit, taxes will still go down this year. And when the rollback went up, we were looking great, taxes went up because that's what it does. So it takes a lot of force and effort to undo the hit of that rollback, especially when 80% of our property is tied to it. And that's what makes it kind of an interesting shell game, so to speak. Is it clear as mud?
It's just one of those, as when people talk about, well, we got to cut taxes or you have to do this, it's not necessarily as easy as just saying we're going to cut taxes because, well, it is easy. We could just slash and
It's simple math, sure.
and eliminate a lot of things. But in terms of what we can point at and say, here's the tax rate that we asked for, your taxes are still going up because, or here's the tax rate and we raised our asking, but your tax rates are actually going down because of all these other factors that are moving in there, all these pieces that
Absolutely.
we'll let the mathematicians know.
Now, your biggest things we've always talked about year after year after year is debt moves the needle, projects move the needle, that's pretty much it. The rest of it we function within. Our growth, that's been the case for years. If you look back, it's been the debt that has climbed. You're capped in all the other funds, you really can't, so it's just your fund balance usage.
And
So
we've
that's why
had-
year after year, it's what you're gonna see.
And we've had in the past, you had a number that's like, for every 10 cents, it's how much? Do you have that?
I don't have that today. That was something we couldn't get done. I know your debt, $1 million, about 20 cents on the levy, roughly. It's about what it's fallen into. So if you
Maybe
decide to
that's
do
when I
something
was
like
thinking
that,
of 20
we'll
cents, it's $1 million.
cover that later, but
Is that
I
higher
don't
than
have
it
it
has
today.
been?
What's that?
Is that higher than it has been?
It's lower.
Is it?
It was about a quarter, and then as valuations have changed, it's about 20 cents now. It doesn't have as much impact. So that's kind of how we factor it in. And we can get to the exact dollar.
so that varies on valuations too.
Your debt does.
Yeah.
Because see, TIF is also included in your debt calculations, but it's not in your actual taxable calculations. So that's why when you go out for debt, you also gain the value of the TIF market, which is 50 million for us, and it helps to lower that rate across TIF as well. Well, you can't do that unless you're not borrowing. So there is some benefit, and with the rates climbing, Someone has said you should borrow to your limits because the rates are never going to be as cheap, and you hear that all the time, then suddenly they're cheaper. So, but as they continue to climb now, you're going to be in a situation with inflation, et cetera, that is going to be more expensive to go out and borrow, but you'll also get a better return on the market that you have coming in. So it all does have a other side to everything. So when rates are really low, well, we weren't getting interest or anything. It was basically sitting there doing nothing, your money was. Well, if it climbs, well, so's your rate and your debt. So it's going to always going to offset. Okay. All right. So that was a lot longer than my 15-minute intro I was wanting, but it's hard not to go through this and get you set up for what we're looking at. The value per capita, you can look at the sheets we choose to. We've got it by levy and valuation, and in the end, I don't put a lot of stock in them because I don't know what they're doing in those cities, so I don't know how they're determining what they do or don't do. Are they burning fund balance? Are they not? Are they taxing something or not? So I don't put a lot of stock in them, but it's a good reference if you want to take a look. So now we start getting in the gut of it here. So we'll start going department by department, and we sent this out early to everybody. Hopefully you've had a good chance to review it. We always start off with the police department, put them up the bat first. That being said, do you have any questions specific to the police budget? Anything that you're curious about?
It looks like there's a position open for an officer.
And
Maybe you
Rich,
could
if you have some
comment on that.
comments, we'll kind of let you kind of walk through briefly what the
Right,
budget
we're going
looks
through
like.
that testing process right now. We lost an officer due to medical, and so we're, actually, I just made the job offer to an individual yesterday, and they accepted, so contingent upon passing HUC health, psychological, and all those things, but, so we made a job offer yesterday.
That's good.
Local individual from Nashville Plainfield graduated there, and coming back home down in Polk County right now.
Good. Now, will they have to go to the academy?
They will have to, yes. And we do have a academy slot for May.
Oh, that's good.
So, yep.
Great.
So we're not adding, we're just,
Yes, right.
Replacing.
Yep. Yep, it is a replacement of a existing position. Yeah.
Any other questions, anything out of the ordinary you want to discuss, or Rich, anything you want to pop in, kind of walk through, but
No, I would just say that the two items in there that are above the normal operating is the replacement of two vehicles that you'll see. Those are offset by funds coming in from local option sales tax. Kind of goes to a policy that we adopted about 10 years ago. Again, we talk about some of the 501c3s that don't pay taxes, so even though for police and fire and ambulance, they utilize the services, so using local option sales tax for equipment helps everybody contribute to that equipment. So so those vehicles are coming from local option sales tax, and then we are redoing our, if approved by council, our locker room downstairs. That is offset by a grant coming in, our grant memorial fund coming in. So it's a one-for-one switch or swap. So no taxes on that one. Correct.
So last year, something we talked about at budget was the new leases. How has that been working out?
It has worked out well as far as getting the equipment in, and the workload as far as trying to get things, we thought would be less work as far as trying to get all the pieces working together. That hasn't really panned out because we still have to play middle person through 3 different entities, but we're learning. We'll take another year to evaluate that, to see if we want to go back to the way we were doing it or release. One of the nice things is that our camera systems that we have is on a 6-year lease, so we'll do that regardless. It'll be the vehicles if we decide to go back to what we were doing prior.
On those leases, are we still able to service them ourselves, service the vehicles themselves, or do we have?
Yeah, for maintenance, yes.
Okay, because I know that was a big thing with the public services facility and everything, and we do maintain our own fleet, basically.
all the minor equipment service we still do in-house.
Okay.
Anything major we may have to send out, but we do the minor still.
And the lease was for patrol vehicles?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
I always like to kind of look at the court fines and fees and kind of chuckle at just, how much we don't really get from them. Despite what the public thinks,
Right.
we're out there trying to.
This is the remnant that's left.
Yeah.
Yes, that is correct.
Right, you don't want us to be a revenue generating department directly, so, or the citizens don't.
Citizens, yeah.
Yeah. So, we try
Well,
to
I
find
still
the right
think you
balance.
are, but
Yeah.
some do.
Any other questions for Rich or about the department budget? Okay, and then we'll jump into fire department then. Couple gentlemen here. Any questions overall, fire department wise? Bryce in his second year of being chief, we're kind of working through a number of things with the department, and I'll have him kind of talk about it a little bit, but probably one of the bigger things you're finding is the life expectancy of gear and the cost of gear, which was a little more than we thought it was. It jumps at you. And so we're going to try and get on a cycle to rotate that out like we do a lot of other things. And that's somewhat you'll see here is we have to front some of this to complain, and we'll continue to rotate through. So that'll take care of that going forward. But it's been kind of an interesting turn. It is just gear. And I didn't realize until talking to Bryce, Kevin, and the guys that they do alter that gear about every 5 years. And there's times we can't get parts for some of the gear we have now if it goes away. So that's stuff we're going to have to get on a cycle to stop that from being the case. You certainly don't want to have something go and, I'm sorry, it's crap now, we can't replace it, let's throw it away. We don't want to get to that point. So I don't know if you have anything you'd like to add, Bryce?
Yeah, like on that end, I mean, obviously, our air tanks and stuff like that, that's in here. They're like regulated by the DOT. They're 15-year bottles. Well, we're to the end of our 15 this year, so that's why that's kind of front-loaded on that end. We'll give that a few years on that to recirculate in, because we basically had to buy all of them here within the last 2 years. So instead of having that, we better wait a few years. So the gear is, again, like NFPA does a lot of our regulating. 10 years is a lifespan of a gear, or matters on the use of them. So right now we're kind of behind on that. Again, every year try to buy about 3 sets of gear, and that should take care of our 30 guys at the moment, unless we have more members join or whatnot. But it's nice to keep a couple sets behind, just in case you have new or washing and all that stuff. And like he was saying, some of the other stuff is coming up, and NFPA does about a change every 5 years. In 23, they're doing a big change, and this is going to be a future cost coming to the city, is our air tank, our backpacks that we wear with our air tanks in them. How it all works is we are an 02 standard. We had an 07 update, we had a 13 update. Well, after 18 did an update, and then 23 they're coming out with a new one. After that point, and 2 sets behind, or 2 additions behind, they quit making parts for our air packs. So going forward, yeah, we can get the parts at the current moment, but that's kind of what they have in their warehouses and what they can disassemble and give us for parts. We're kind of getting them figured out now as battery use, because we were going through a lot of battery boards. That was due to the batteries we were using, so we've kind of got that cork fixed in them. But it's when we do it, I'd rather do a major, so I don't have a bunch of different styles in there, because it's a complete changeover. Mask, everything is a change in that. The bottle will work, but the mask and the backpack are all that way, so.
They had no idea that was happening. I mean, you think about that. I mean, you knew that kind of constant swapping and changing, just a little tweaks make a difference like that, then you can't get it. We didn't realize that.
And that
So
was
you're
kind of a
actually
late thing on my end, because all of a sudden, one of the reps calls me and he's like, yeah, this is happening, and it's like, oh. So I kind of threw that at him last minute, and it was like, yeah, it's a substantial amount of money to get them backpacks and all that stuff, so.
But you're almost four sessions behind now.
Yeah.
In the O2. So we wouldn't do that with any other equipment or vehicles. We would get to where we're on a rotation, which we will be now, to get that corrected too. So that's why I appreciate Bryce and the guys working with us to get that figured out, and we should not have an issue going forward. So I'll solve that. And so we'll square that up this year, make it work next year. You have a washer and dryer in here as well for gear?
We have one now, but it's just added into it, because you're supposed to, again, wash your gear a couple times a year, plus after every fire. Now, just due to the carcinogen loads and everything in fires nowadays. So it's something to get on that efficiency side of it all. that we can shuffle. Like our current dryers, I think basically a one set by the time you have liners. Your inners, your outers, and all that, because you can't wash them all together, so keep shuffling them through, but it's just to get on that efficiency after fires, to keep people washing their gear and stuff like that.
How long does it take to do one set of gear?
About 4 to 5 hours. That's, washing is about, it matters an hour for the inner, but it's like a 3-hour process to get them through the dryer, to get them somewhat dry, but,
So that seems like a long time. How many guys in a call, how many hours in a washer? I mean, you're washing for days, hoping you don't get another call. That this.
and then
Okay, so
put a
for-
It's
computer
been
in there.
eye-opening, I will say that. We didn't realize a lot of that went on.
So Bryce, by gear, you're talking mask, tubing, tank, that type of gear, like oxygen gear? Or can you explain for us fire
The
department
SCBA's
novices
are
what you
like
mean?
the backpacks, that's what
Okay.
they call them, SCBA, self-contained breathing apparatus.
Okay.
But like for the washer dryers, like basically for our turnout gear.
Mm-hmm.
So, but, yep. Yeah, it all kind of has a lifespan, and
Yep.
it's just trying to get on a program to always be on top of that. That's the main goal.
Okay, so it sounds like there are advantages to having all of the different gear, I would say, the same year, so there's a certain level of interchangeability. So if we're replacing like 3 units every year, do you lose some of that flexibility in, you got 5 different styles of equipment?
Not on gear, like not on our turnout, like the big thing is on like the SCBA stuff. That's
Okay.
where the technology changes and their updatings on different things that they do, because like I said, every 5 years they'll come out with a new edition. That's when you can go in, spend money, they update stuff, because like 18 wasn't a major year for like pack updates. It was basically adding a piece in the back that you can hook to your aerial trucks, basically what it was. But like in 13 was a big year because they changed, because then masks, you lock them in down to about a quarter tank they used to be, and then you'd get a vibration and it'll alert you that you're running out of air. Now they took that up to a third of a tank, so you have a little more, but it's a kind of annoying because you know your limitations, but it's just some of that stuff they've changed down the lines and different adapters they put into them and stuff like that. But and it's just like a lot of technology you can go into them. You can track people in a fire. You can track how much they are. If you have like the technology, like the computer technology behind them with the new stuff. But it's like that old technology. But it is, the big thing is running out of parts for the old stuff.
So it sounds like, financially it makes sense to kind of replace 3 every year, but there are also other reasons not to be
Right,
as,
but like that, like the
organized.
SCBA part is I'd rather do a half at least, because it is, you get on a fire, the masks, they're not interchangeable anymore. So it's like, it's half or all would be a better deal on that because of that. And we run all our own masks, personal masks, just because of, it's just better.
You like to know how your mask fits.
Exactly. You clean and, yeah. And then
We're
we do
hoping to
fit
get on a
testing and all
program
that.
so that when the 5-year changes happen, we're not losing all of it.
Yep.
We may have one more year where we're quite out, but we'll kind of work through the logistics of what that looks like. But it may be over 3, 4, 5 years, it's all turned over, so every 5-year clip, we're not getting out of service, so to speak. Because if you hit 2 of those, and of course you can't get parts. And that's something that like I said, I was not aware of that was happening. And I think the industry is changing with technology there as well that you don't really think about. You don't see it firsthand, so it's hard to know, and that's been an eye-opener.
So are we getting assistance, financial assistance from other communities that you do calls in for this type of equipment? And that might tie in, I just had a question about reimbursements under your revenue. Could you explain what that is?
That comes from the rural board.
Yep. That's rural fire.
The city basically has for the station and everything, like so much cost. Trucks are cutting 50% increments, basically what trucks are owned over there, half rural, half city owned. So
Okay.
fuel costs and all that, that's where that comes from.
So rural volunteer fire, we've had, the last truck we bought was 50/50. They paid half, we paid half. We get a little bit every year for our assistance into the rural as well, and that's what the reimbursement is.
Oh, okay. Which has varied dramatically over the last few years, it looks like.
Yeah, definitely has.
So there's a little note here that says training site. Can you tell us what's going on with the training site?
I can. We are at the current moment, we have engineered plans up. We just have to come and meet with James to kind of get some stuff finalized to hopefully get something started this spring. So
spring, okay.
that's where we're at with that. We've had Modern kind of help us with some engineering stuff, so. progress forward at the moment. We were
It could
hoping
go
to do a
quick
little
when it
earlier, but
starts.
then winter decided to step in on us, so.
But I think it'll go quick when it starts, and you'll see it drastically, just boom, it'll be there. It's going to go quick.
So the proposed reimbursements for this coming fiscal year is 0. Is that because there's no big projects to be, reimbursed for, or?
Oh, well, the reimbursement you're talking about, like the 250, that
Yeah.
was from the fire grants, that they'd had that. So that's
Okay.
not necessarily the rural part you're talking about.
Which part is
The top one is
the
township
township?
rural fire
Okay,
protection.
so
That's
that
the-
stays about,
Yeah, about $7,000 roughly is what we estimate, 6 to 7. That's what that's been. You're talking
Okay.
about reimbursement
Those are
for
grants.
grants,
Okay.
donation, like sizable stuff. So
Gotcha.
that's a whole different
Okay.
category. And we don't have anything like that that's significant this year, so there isn't
Okay.
any anticipated reimbursement.
gotcha, thanks.
You bet. I guess the only other sizable chunk would be the concrete, which,
Yep, and that's on the south side of the fire station. Shane's done some patchwork on it already, but it's kind of just starting to flake off, crack at the joints and all that stuff. It has heating elements in it, but we haven't really ran that since the beginning of building that building. So when if we can replace that, we're not going to put it back in just because the cost behind it was high, and we were like, eh. And then all it does is just takes the water and runs it down, and then it creates ice beyond that. So it was really
unless you're going to heat it all the way to the street, it's not really
that
going
would
to.
help, but, so yeah.
Who knew?
And then we did hear back from Baker on that, and it was just under 18 on that, so that's,
Yeah, if you go out and see it, you'll know the part we're talking about. It's pretty busted up.
You got pictures here, so I'm clear.
And what you see on the surface is not what is underneath starting to happen. You're seeing, it's like the iceberg. You're just seeing the tip of what's actually going on underneath. That's how concrete goes.
We learned that with the bridges.
We did. So yeah, I appreciate the pictures. I think it's always helpful to see kind of what you're talking about, but
And that 18 is to jackhammer that out.
yep, that's removable and.
And the suspected reason for that has that been a normal lifespan?
well, it's original, so how old is
Yeah,
that
it's 15
building?
years old. And I don't know if some of it was with that heat and contraction with running it right away.
Yeah, if it was
Because you go
solid
down to
concrete,
You go past 20 feet, it all looked normal. It was just that first 20 feet, so.
so when you have something in that concrete, it's not solid concrete, I think you see a little bit of that shift. I think it just,
The north side, kind of, even on the north side, you can tell it's just not as broke up as bad on that north side, but you can see in that first 20 feet that that top is flaked off more than the rest of it.
like you think about access point 2, the size of the equipment, the weight that's going over that concrete, these aren't pickups that are going in and out of there. It's substantial, and so that's where you're seeing your bays in and out. And whether they're picking up the salt, you're seeing more activity on that very spot. So I think that has something to do with it
Yeah,
too.
like the south side of the building, so it's always in the sun, and I don't know, like we said.
And is the reason that you really haven't used the heating because it didn't function the way it was?
No, it
thought
functioned, it
would
was the cost.
Oh,
And we
okay.
ran it, and then all of a sudden, it went high, and
Yeah.
Gotcha.
kind of just,
And like I said, it helps you for the first 20 feet, then you're still hitting the ice and you're still, so it's a good stop point if you get to that point and skid to a stop, but if you're on the ice, it's not going to help you a lot.
but it was a cost kind of deal, I think, so.
That's sad. to
It wasn't
hear.
as efficient as we
I want
thought.
one of those at home, so it's terrible to hear that, and I can't have that.
So that was the other piece that we had introduced, looking at, we had Shane go out and kind of look at all of our concrete everywhere, and there's a few spots in the parking lot here we could tackle, we're going to hold it, but this was the big one that we kind of saw coming. We're trying to do a chunk every year of concrete to keep replacing our driveways and our parking lots, and so this was the one.
I didn't know that was in Shane's job description, to be out there fixing
Building maintenance,
concrete.
the whole thing.
Okay.
He does it all.
Yeah,
He
that's
does
great.
it all. So they won the lottery this year, best of the worst. Yay, you get your parking lot now.
Okay.
Any other questions for fire, for Bryce, Kevin?
Thank you.
All right, thank you, guys. Now we jump to ambulance. And so we have a couple individuals here from the ambulance area. Nick Nedza is taking over for the ambulances. I'll let him come and introduce himself, and he's with him as well. So they can kind of walk through the budget I'm sure there's some other stuff we'll want to talk about with Nick, but if you would, sir.
Sure. Hi, everybody. I'm Nick Nedza. I'm the ambulance manager at Waverly Health Center. Started in July. Prior to this, I was a flight paramedic at Air Care 1 in Iowa City, and then I worked the streets in Cedar Rapids before that. So glad to be here, and yeah, whatever questions you might have.
It's always a very straightforward budget, very limited numbers, but we are bumping our ambulance cost replacement because with the new facility, we can now get the bigger framed diesels, we can get the better equipment coming in, because before we couldn't do that. So if you have any thoughts on that, Nick?
Well, and I think too, like James and I talked about, we may need to increase our cycle of replacement. We just pulled the numbers on our current ambulances. So the one that is going to be replaced, hopefully, I just got an estimate at the end of February. That is a 2010 with like 2,250 miles on it. And then we have another ambulance, which is a 2015, which has just 10,000 miles less. And so we probably need to look at, we are running more calls. We had like a 250 call increase from last year to this year. That trend is not going to stop, I don't believe. I think we're going to continue seeing an increase. So we're going to continue running our ambulances. And so, a more frequent change might be necessary, just because we don't want to get to the point where, the one ambulance that we're replacing in February, we, like last year, put just under 3,000 miles on it because it's just not, it doesn't work as well as it should, and it ends up being in the shop. We paid more, or the city paid more to maintain it than it did for fuel on it, so almost 3 times as much, just because we just don't use it, and so because it's not reliable, and so we can't run them until they're not working, because then they just don't work and we need them. So
I'm sorry, did you say that was the newer one?
that's the oldest one that's getting replaced.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And does it go to the local shop out to Public
does,
Works?
yep.
Okay, it's just there all the time.
Well, no,
Or no?
it sits in the ambulance garage all the time because we don't feel great about using it. So
It's like the senior citizen.
yeah.
No, I would also imagine that with faraway communities relying on us more, each trip, we're putting more miles on the ambulance per trip than we used to.
Yeah, I would say that that's probably accurate. Yeah, so I did find some numbers. We are responding outside of Waverly, but 870 in 2021, 79.14% of our calls were right here in Waverly, and then like 85% in Bremer County. So like that number seems small. I expected us to be going out more, but we are really covering a lot more Waverly. We're fully staffed, which is an unusual thing, and so like we are covering Waverly a lot more than I think some.
Actually, what strikes me is that there's so little difference between Bremer County and Waverly. You've only got.
Well, so I looked at all of our total calls. So Waverly accounts for 79.14%. So 16. So out of 2,000 calls, basically 1,600 of them were here in Waverly, and then 1,763 were Bremer County, which is 85.54%.
So it's 85% of the ones
of our
not in
total
Waverly.
calls.
Okay.
Yes, sorry.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So we're going into other counties as well.
A little bit. Butler County is really the only other. They account for 13.1% of our calls are in Butler County. I think a lot of this is due to that EMS is struggling all around. Not only, funding is just not there, and a lot of services can't find people, and so 911, we got in it to help people, and we don't, just because it says thanks for visiting Waverly, like the ambulances still work, people still need us outside of the city, and outside of the county, and we go where there's calls, and so Yeah, but I think the numbers were a little bit more surprising than what I had thought. I thought we were going in Butler County a lot more, but that's not really the case, so.
They're just longer trips.
They are typically, yeah, and transport too. Like that's, with hospitals being full, it's, very difficult to transfer people, and so we are transferring patients farther and farther out. So yes, not only are our transport to hospitals, like to Waverly Health Center, longer typically, we're also transferring patients a lot farther than we had been, so.
So with those, how many total calls did you say you?
In 2020, we had 2,061 calls.
In 2020?
In 2021, sorry, my bad. And in 2020, it was 1952.
Okay. And then, so do you have the breakup of 911 calls versus transportation calls?
Yeah, it's 80% 911.
80% 911.
Yeah.
Okay. So when you say like the 79% of calls are from Waverly, that's including transfer?
That includes, yeah, all calls for
you're calling
service.
from Waverly to transfer someone else?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you speak a little bit to the proposed changes that will allow taxation to benefit EMS?
Sure.
I know that when it was discussed at the supervisors meeting, they talked about there had to be 3 readings before they approved saying, yes, we will propose this.
Sure.
So what do you see the timeline being before that can actually start benefiting EMS?
So the 3 readings happened, and the Board of Supervisors did approve for a council to be created for Bremer County EMS, and then for it to go to a public vote. I don't know when that has been. That has not been set at this point. I would assume it would be a November election, but I don't know that for sure. The thought amongst the Bremer County EMS Association is that funding won't be seen until probably 2024, which is unfortunately a long time to wait for some of these services outside of like I said, we are very fortunate to be fully staffed, and that's an unusual thing for services. So, and part of that is because we're a paid service, but so yeah, 2024 is kind of when that funding might arrive. Yeah.
Is somebody from Waverly Health Center on that council?
We've not as of yet. I don't know that anyone has been named to that council yet. We would be more than happy to be a part of that.
Yeah.
So,
are you getting any funding from Butler County?
We are currently, other than revenue, like call revenue, no. But we are also not getting, we are pretty self-sufficient as an ambulance service. We don't get a lot of outside assistance apart from what we're asking for here, which is the physical vehicles themselves, which Waverly provides. So,
would that be helpful? We've talked before about how the reimbursement rates do not cover the costs of running an ambulance service, and maybe you could talk about what is the hospital. What kind of financial support is the hospital providing?
That's a good question. That I may need to turn, our CNO may be able to help provide a little bit more information. This is Jody Gertz.
Good morning. What is your specific question, Dr. Rathe?
So I know that typically if somebody needs the ambulance, their insurance might or might not pay. And then does it actually cover the entire cost of the ambulance service? In the past, when representatives from the hospital have come, they talked about how the hospital tends to lose money on those calls and then has to come up with that funding in order to be fully staffed and that sort of thing. So maybe you could talk about the discrepancy.
Yeah, the ambulance service is a department of the hospital, just like all of the departments are, and not every department in the hospital makes money. So It's just a way we move or shift dollars around to help pay for those areas that don't, can't cover, essentially. So there are many departments in the hospital that don't make money.
Is EMS one of them, or are they
Correct.
like in the red, or are they in the green, or are they right even? Are they?
It varies.
Do they help fund? Are they the department that helps fund other things, or
No.
are they the department that gets funded from?
Typically, they lose money. Typically, the department does. Sometimes it's a break even, but most generally, it does not make money.
Where do you see the money being lost? More like 911, or more on the transfers, or
Wages.
the wages?
The wages are the greatest cost to pay the people.
So to pay for staff to be there, that's where the money.
Correct. That's where most of the dollars go to, is wages,
Okay.
benefits.
Right, but the reimbursements for the transfers are fine. The reimbursements for the 911 services, for the trucks, like the mileage you going to get patients, those are fine.
Typically, no. That does not, what we are reimbursed for a trip is not, those are all set by either Medicare rates or payers. Typically, no, that does not fund the entire cost of a trip.
Okay.
Yeah, we are very lucky.
As are most things in healthcare.
Right, exactly. So we are
don't
really
get paid
lucky to have it be fully staffed and to have, professional staff. So hopefully hopefully somebody from the hospital will be placed on that council so that you guys can have a voice and
Yes, it would be our hope. We would be willing to be
part of
on a
that.
council if approached.
And not only that, like we are making up a large majority of EMS in Bremer County.
Right.
And so we would hope then that we would also be able to lend a voice to that, just for that reason alone. So, and it's going to impact us a lot. As services are not able to respond, we are going to have to expand out. And so, yeah, this is unfortunately years behind where it should be, but it is a step in the right direction. So.
Right, yeah.
So how far currently do you respond? You said like Bremer County, Butler County. So what are the some of the cities that you go to? Does like, let's for instance say Clarksville, do they have their own ambulance service? Do they respond to their calls, or do you guys frequently have to go there for mutual aid? Can you kind of explain some of that? Because a lot of people don't understand some of those things.
Yeah, so the majority of these smaller communities do have 911 EMS transport services. So there's a difference between like a first responding service and a transport ambulance. A number of them do, but they are all volunteer, and so people are being asked to leave their jobs and go do these calls, and so finding staff is difficult at times. Yes, Clarksville and Allison and all of these places do have transport ambulances, but whether they have the staff to be in them is another question. And more frequently, the answer to that is no. And so, like I said initially, like we're not gonna, we got into the EMS to help people, and so people need help, and we're gonna go do that. And so, Allison is about as far as we regularly go, I would say, and that is, in a month we may go there 2 or 3 times. It's not frequent, and Shell Rock makes up a good amount of that Butler County percentage, and yeah, that's Shell Rock is frequent. But that's by design too, so that's our normal response area. So
Janesville also, they're Blackhawk County, so that would be included in that out-of-county response as well. That's probably what Blackhawk County and Butler would be out of Bremer County most frequently. Occasionally Chickasaw, if they struggle up in New Hampton or Nashua in that area, maybe mutual aid up there.
So like Janesville, they're just a first responders, correct? They
Correct.
don't have a transport service. Same
That's
with
correct.
Shell Rock, or is that
That's
changed?
correct. Yeah, they're
Okay.
just first responders right now, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And what about like some of the Bremer counties, the small cities around us, a lot of them have transport?
They do, yes, and Denver, Tripola, Sumner all have transport ambulances. It's just, again, that staff is, and EMS in general, people are getting older, and those are typically the folks who are volunteering. And it's not, again, like running an ambulance, for 500,000 miles, like it's not sustainable. And so, I'm looking hopefully to try to get new, younger people involved in EMS, because it just has to happen. That's the reality of the situation. Like, we can't have people retiring and no longer doing it, so.
Right, I see that too. So a lot of people are exiting out of the profession, and there's not a lot, and a lot of it is volunteer. And I work with teenagers and very young people that they are smart, and they're smart. I feel like they're smarter than we are, because they're saying, yeah, I want to do what I'm passionate about, and I want to be an EMS, but I also want to be compensated for my time appropriately, and I don't want to spend all that extra time away from my family. They really are, kids really are family oriented, but they do want to do something meaningful. So the pay part of it, and the amount that they get paid, which as a volunteer is very little to none, versus the cost to get trained, and that can be a lot. So so some of that, I think hopefully some of this essential service stuff that's coming up would include training, and that's definitely something that is going to be an issue. So thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions, comments? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, we'll jump into Public Works Admin. It's kind of a smaller, thinner budget. Any questions, anything on the Public Works Admin side? Well, Justin, if you have any comments on Public Works Admin, is it pretty straightforward?
I see the memberships moved to E, that's engineering.
Correct. All right, then we will jump into engineering. It's another very straightforward budget. Let me know if you have any questions on that. Mike, any comments you want to make on engineering? Okay. I think we have a truck replacement in our cycle. It's our biggest issue in that budget.
I'm assuming the reorganization has gone well.
Yeah, I believe it has. I believe it has.
I haven't heard any complaints, so I assume it's good. No news is good news.
It usually is, yes.
I just had one question on the drone software online subscription that has a line through it. Is that something that has been done in the past and is not going to go forward, or?
Yeah, we did it in '22. It was budgeted. We didn't actually end up going forward with the drone, so I don't know if we have plans to do that necessarily.
So it was something that was
We budgeted, but we
planned
didn't
and then
actually,
kind of decided we don't need that?
we've not actually done it, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we can jump into general infrastructure. This is where we pass through the utilities, the streetlights. It's one of the biggest items in this budget. If you have any questions, or Justin, if you have any comments you want to make when it comes to infrastructure, you're going to be going through a bunch of them, so get up here now.
The biggest one here is the operational equipment repair. We just, we do some electrical work on the dam. The abutment heaters, they're constantly, every year we got to do some maintenance on those. The other one in there is the inspection of the 8 rail trail bridges. It was last inspected 4/2 of 19. And then the 2-year inspection of the Cedar River Trail Bridge, which that'll be in spring of '23.
Any comments, questions on general infrastructure? I know these are kind of the smaller, thinner budgets, but still, just want to give you the opportunity.
Those bridge inspections are important.
Yeah. We definitely got to do them. Okay, we can jump to equipment services. A very, very bright paper. I can't even stare at that very long. It makes my head hurt. So I don't know where we found it, but my God. Make reflectors out of this. The thing is, it's healthy.
One of the larger ones in this is the equipment services bay. There was an epoxy on the floors when it was originally installed. There's a picture in the back for reference. You can see it's flaking off pretty well. Some of this is by machinery and different things hitting it. But some of it actually you can take a scraper and it just scrapes right off. And there's some issues with when there's any material or anything, even be salt, sand, it's really slick. We've had one in Play Fall. And we got a quote from a local contractor to possibly look at removing that and putting a epoxy with or a sealant with a grit in it or something so they still can sweep it, but.
And how old is that current?
What was the building built?
It was opened November of 15, so end of 15, early 16.
Yeah.
So I toured it when I interviewed. It was about open then, so it would have been 15, 16. This is the one budget, too, that we are looking to add 1 personnel. We are looking to add a mechanic. Both Mark and Mark are approaching retirement age at some point, and that is a huge value that we don't want to lose. When you think about all the pieces of equipment that roll through there, whether it's fire trucks, police cars, ambulance, to regular trucks, it's everything. And they even now do Waverly Utilities vehicles as well, the small maintenance on those. The value here is if we had to ship everything out at $120, $50 an hour, I think it would be substantial. And so we are looking to bring at least a part-time position into this. We didn't have a chance to confirm all this out, but we may have the other half possibly in the streets. We're looking at how we would use the other half. I don't know if it's necessarily a full-time now, but you're not going to get a part-time person to do this job either, so we need to incorporate something into how that's going to work. But I think with succession planning of all the areas, we have 2 gentlemen here, and they're not that much difference in age. They can certainly retire soon if they choose to, and wish them the best, but we do need to start looking at what we can do to shore that up, and this is the one area that we really thought this year take a hard look at. So we are proposing adding a mechanic into this role. Any questions, comments through this? Yes,
So the proposed salary and wages includes that new position?
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. And if it does go into streets, then of course half of that would go more into road use tax. So it would be a little different flavor of where that would end up going. So but we just did not make that switch yet. We're not sure how it's going to play out. We want to at least get worst case scenario, which would be put it all in the equipment services as far as taxable entity. Any other questions, comments, equipment services? Should have brought my favorite picture with the big aerial sitting up on the lift. That's one of my favorites. 80,000 pound. I wouldn't stand under it, but they do. So, okay, well we can jump into streets and road use tax. eyes can refocus now.
Some of the biggest ones, obviously, is the vehicle operations fuels. I mean, that's a constant increase for a lot of people, a lot of these divisions. There's a slight increase due to the occupancy of the north addition on the public services facility. Traffic signals. Some of this was addressed years ago when we were getting caught up on the cameras. And basically, we feel that we're at the point where there's 3 cameras basically left to replace. But those are areas that we're looking at possibly waiting and then moving some of that focus into the cabinets and controllers in those areas that are outdated. I'm getting up to speed with Todd Tatro on a lot of this, and Mike's been involved on some of it, and figuring out, what actually we want to do, what actually is certified in these cabinets, and trying to get them up to date, basically.
Yeah, traffic study kind of alluded to a lot of that. What's their inventory, and that's where, again, they'll decide someday, do you eliminate streetlights or not? You won't want to put a camera in one that's going to... So all that's kind of holding until that gets sorted out in the near future, hopefully. But it is, as you look at the equipment in there, I mean, I'd hate to guess what age that is, how many years that stuff's been there. So what is the capability? That's what we're starting to dive into.
Now, we've mentioned before how hard it is to see some of the markings on the streets, especially during rainy weather or cloudy weather. Is this the part of the budget where repainting the lines on Bramer Avenue would come in?
Or is that a state?
That's DOT.
Yeah, DOT.
Yep, and we've made them very aware multiple times.
So basically, the paint is something we can just pester the state for, but eventually they're the ones who are going to have to put the paint down.
Yes, you can certainly pester them. That's a good word for it. We've discussed it. We've emailed it. They're well aware. I think it's whether it's the change in the lights of vehicles, the higher LEDs, whether it's the street lamp lumens. There's a lot of theories to what causes that it didn't before. Because the paint, I don't believe, has changed much. The process hasn't changed. The granules in the elevator has not changed. But cars and lights have changed. And so where is the problem really lying? And that's what you're starting to kind of discuss and get into, but I don't know the answer to that, but there is a lot of theory. When we went to LEDs, when the cars go to these brighter headlights, better lumens, is it picking up the paint as much? I mean, there's just, you could go on and on. I don't know. We've talked to them. It's within spec. And that's kind of where it sits. And we're not the only city that has it. I've been through many cities in the rain, and you cannot see their lines, their lights, the white, the yellow. You can't see any of it. It's not certainly us, but it's something we sure would like addressed if we can. So we'll continue to reach out and discuss. And they do paint, I think, twice a year. I think they're up here doing certain areas. So, like I said, we'll continue to pester and see what we can do.
Also, is this where, if we discuss additional traffic lights needing, this is where we would get that from? I'm just bringing this.
So general infrastructure and streets, road use tax. Yeah.
Okay. I'm just bringing this up because I just have this, I see multiple accidents on 10th and 16th, and I don't know if that comes under us, but that something needs to be done, I feel, between 10th and 16th. It just seems like once or twice a month, and I don't know the statistics. Maybe Mr. Purcell knows more about the accidents up there on 10th and 16th, but that's a real concern of mine. Something needs to be done up there, and sooner than later. So.
Well, I know they just went through the traffic study and looked at warrants, and we didn't see or hear anything on that one.
And that was one of the intersections that was...
I thought it was. We'd have to look and make sure, but I know they would have reviewed it had it been.
And I'm not sure the traffic studies will drill down really into like quarter hours. Probably our problem, like school gets out.
Yeah.
There's certain half hours that are just a problem. So I don't know if they're going to pick that up in the study unless they're looking for it. And I think that is a problem.
So if that is the case, do you put a stoplight up and spend the money for 30 minutes a day? That's the other side of that coin is what do you do when it's a 30-minute issue, if that is what it is?
It's an issue. I think it's more of an issue during that time. I've seen accidents. I mean, I don't know. I take that route a lot, and it seems like I see a lot of accidents there. Like, like I said, a couple times a month, it almost seems like maybe there's a couple months that there is no accident, there are no accidents, but
You can pull the statistics and see what's happened at an intersection, see if there's an increase or not, or what it looks like.
I would appreciate that if we could look at 10th and 16th, the accidents in that area compared to other areas. It is a very busy intersection. The speed is high there, is higher there. It's what, 45? So I don't know how many times I just rolled up on an accident there. So, I'm concerned with the speed and that safety right there. And the people that are using it are students, and then, obviously parents and stuff during, school time. I've seen the accidents during the summer too, and the speed is it's 45 and people are trying to pull out right there, and it turns to 4 lanes right there as well. So that's just a big concern, and I see it all the time. So I would appreciate if we can look more into
We'll pull the
that.
statistics.
Thank you.
Yep, no problem at all.
One of the other larger things on here, or 2 things, is looking to replace the 2007 case loader. I put a picture on the back side of it. I talked with the mechanic about this, and he said recently they've been replacing some of the floorboards in it. They do a little body work, rusting out. It's aging out. But he said it surprisingly still has good value. So it's one of that, hits that window where you can get rid of it and still get good money out of it. And, before it really starts nickel and diming a little bit more. And the other one was the 2010 Chevy dump truck. This is the same thing. It's on a replacement cycle. It's one of those things that we use a lot. A lot of part-timers, they don't have to have a CDL for it. It gets used all summer long. Multiple projects, has a plow on it in the summer, has a box. It's a very versatile piece of equipment.
Which line is that one, Justin?
Rust, et cetera, or
The truck.
same kind of problems with it?
Yeah, same thing, just rust. And it's one of those things you possibly could push off a year, but yet again, it's right now,
they're together.
the field we're in and trying to find equipment, you're probably pushing off a year anyways. Because a lot of the stuff, like the loader and some of the other larger pieces are 18 months, some of those things.
Yeah. And it sounds like, that was my question, is can you get some trade-in value? And it sounds like you could sell it, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we had it listed from 9 to 15 for trade-in is the range. They're not really specific on ranges right now because
Right.
because it kind of depends what someone wants to pay, obviously.
Yeah.
But it's
It's definitely a better market to sell outright than try to trade in, because they're going to turn around and do the same thing.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
We saw that with the van, we got rid of that. I'm trying to remember, Carla, we were expecting a little bit, and we got a lot.
We got $7,950 for it, and we were offered a $1,500 for trade.
So we're going to be selling outright.
Yeah,
that way.
right.
Any other questions in road use tax? Okay. We're going to jump forward. Airport. Any questions, thoughts on airport right now? Any comments on airport you want to make, Mike?
So over the past couple of years, there has been some Federal CARES Act funding coming in, and so the reserve balance has been growing, and so down towards the bottom, you'll see $40,000 being transferred out to a capital project, and that project is the parallel taxiway on the west end. So we're kind of fronting that engineering expense until the project is let, and then the FAA will reimburse us 90% on that. So one of the major expenditures is the airport manager. We are going into the 4th year of a 5th-year agreement with Sweeter Aircraft Services. So some of these are basically established and fixed and don't change much from year to year. So the general fund tax support has been leveled off and pretty stable at about $10,000 a year. So even though our community is continuing to grow, the tax base is continuing to grow, the actual tax rate, so we're up around, what, $16.33 per $1,000 in valuation. Of that, about 2 cents is going to help support the airport operations.
Do you see future funds coming in from the feds, ARPA, that kind of thing? Do you see it continuing forward?
We actually saw a decrease in the non-primary entitlement funds, where we had been receiving $150,000 a year. I believe that the projection for 23-24 is only $125,000.
That's unfortunate.
So that will make some of the projects that would be eligible for federal funding and support, maintenance projects such as, so we're funding the taxiway connector with federal funds. We had also looked at going forward that those funds you can accumulate and kind of bank for up to 5 years, that those would then be utilized for either repairing or replacing the taxiway apron, which is the large concrete area in front of the hangar facility. So it may get a little bit tighter going forward. We'll just have to kind of continue to monitor what is eligible for federal and state assistance.
Any questions for Mike from the airport?
There's that federal uncertainty, so hopefully that just kind of goes away eventually. So I agree. Bad to stop everything that moves right now.
Yeah, I would agree completely. Okay, in the case, we'll jump into library. Any questions offhand for the library before we bring Sarah up and drag her through the gauntlet a little bit?
I just think that, the pandemic, I think, showed the importance of the library as a community center and what's missing when it's not open. But I appreciated how you guys really pivoted and got creative and helped people stay entertained and connected during the whole saga. So,
thank you. Yeah, we sure tried.
Any comments you want to make then, Sarah? Anything you want to point out in the budget?
Yeah, the main things, the bookmobile arriving will be our big thing as far as activities too and programs in 22-23. And so there's a few items in the budget that we've tried to bolster up the fuel line a little bit. We've tried to put in some additional funds for internet, for telecommunications, so that we can have the wireless hub with the bookmobile. Those are pretty small items, really. And of course, the bookmobile itself is paid for from a gift. We are adding $8,000 to the budget for the Reach Out and Read program. That is approximately how much money we spend on books for that program right now. We're just so happy that it's up and running that we don't want to be in a position of not having the money to buy the books to keep delivering to all the clinics. And so I have had comments from local community organizations that are interested in helping fund that program. So we may be able to do that a different way, but just as a backup, we want to allow for that.
So that Reach Out and Read is money that we have budgeted, but we're hoping to get other sources of funds for.
Yes. Yep.
I also note that we have the increase in vehicle operations fuel
Yes.
because of the bookmobile.
Yes.
But the bookmobile's not going to be, we're not expecting to get that all of next year. I mean,
Most of next year, actually, because we're expecting it in August.
okay.
And it may be a little bit delayed from that, but
So this is a full year of fuel that we're accounting?
pretty close.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, and largely the fuel is, I mean, it's an estimate, you know. At this point, it really is an estimate.
On the increased cost, we're seeing it all vehicles now, whether it be the van you guys are maintaining, to the bookmobile, everybody's seeing that jump, so.
Other than that, salary and wages wise, which again is, about 70% of our budget is salaries and wages as well. And we had some work to do to finish a two-part pay adjustment for our librarians to make sure that the part-time librarians were at the correct rate. So that's being finished this year. I think the price tag on that was about $7,000. So, but otherwise, other than those things, there just really isn't a lot that is different in this budget.
Sarah, could you just explain to me a little bit, the very last item is restricted use expenses?
Yeah.
And what is a restricted use expense?
Yeah, so the library has a savings account where this is complicated by the fact that we now have a foundation, and gifts are oftentimes diverted to the foundation per our agreement. But the reserve fund was kind of what, or I also call it a restricted fund, reserve or restricted, was where gifts went. So we get memorial money, and most often when it's earmarked for something specific, we just put it there and then spend it out. So the amount that we estimate we'll spend really depends on how much comes in. And also we have a couple of state grants that come in there.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Sarah concerning the library? No, people are getting a little antsy, Mayor. We want to take a brief recess in almost 2 hours.
Okay.
It's up to you. I know we kind of tend to about after library.
General thoughts? Think about 10-minute break? Sure.
I want to keep you fresh. We're about to head into the parkland, so I want to keep you fresh. Sure.
Okay.
So we'll
About 10 minutes?
take about a 10-minute break here and be back. Yeah. Make even number, we'll be back by 10:30.
Okay.
So about 15, not quite.
10:30?
Yeah, 10:30, we'll restart.
Yes, sir.
so we are back and going into leisure services.
Yes, sir.
We'll have Garrett up since we just got the mics back.
Garrett's going to be up here for a little while, so go ahead and take a quick look. Leisure services admin is a fairly straightforward budget. There's really not much to that, but if you have questions, sure, we'll certainly answer them. I don't know if you have any comments on admin, Garrett?
No, nothing really on admin. As James said, pretty straightforward. Not doing too much there. But if we want to move into parks, if anyone had any questions, otherwise I can just go right into capital equipment and some capital improvements.
It's not even intentionally green, it just worked out that way. That's nice.
That's nice.
That's nice.
It is what we do in our office though too, is parks is always green.
It's green.
Anyway, some different things for equipment that we're looking at. What's called a buffalo blower. That's what we use mostly on the trails to blow off all the leaves, all the walnuts, any debris that gets on the trail. Ours is 20 years old. We're looking at getting a new one because the one that we have now has become what some would consider unsafe. I'm one of those people. We have controls that we control it from, either the gator, the tractor, whatever we're pulling it with, that controls if the motor's on, which direction things are blowing. Those controls no longer work. So that's what we're looking at, getting a new one. Again, it's 20 years old, so probably time. The next thing on the list is a 3-point aerifier. We have one that is from, I can't remember if it was 79 or 80. I know it's over 40 years old. This particular aerifier that we're looking at, what it does is it actually takes tines, pokes them in the ground, it'll pull plugs out, that kind of stuff. Making all of the athletic fields, the parks. We can use it on the golf course. It's probably still a little too small for the golf course, but we can use it all different places just to help out the ground there. It's something we did look at replacing the tines in the 40-year-old one that we have, but to do that was going to cost between $1,500 and $2,000 anyway. So then we're putting that on a 40-year-old piece of equipment. So that's what we're looking at for a new aerifier. The last thing is a synthetic turf brush. That would be used for the Premier Field at Cedar River Park. That's all synthetic turf. It's basically little pieces of rubber. What this does is it goes through, it brushes all that synthetic turf up, picks up any debris that might be, kind of hiding under the synthetic turf, that kind of thing. I mean, that's about the best way to explain it, I guess. So that's the equipment for parks. Improvements that we're looking at are asphalting a couple of parking lots that we're seeing get pretty good use. That'd be the one north of Coleman Park, and then also in front of the rail trailhead. Both lots, neither one of them are too big in size, but it'd be a lot nicer if it was a little more of a hard surface than the gravelly rock stuff we have right now. And if we are able to do that, then we're able to add a handicap spot as well at those two lots. The other thing, I guess I got two more things under improvements. The area between the two buildings out there at the Parks and Vegetation Management Building, the area there, the driveway there has become pretty rough, all the equipment through the years and all that. So we're looking at, resealing that, getting that a little better. Somewhere down the road here, maybe another 5-10 years, it'll probably be a complete overhaul of that whole area and getting a nice newer lot in there. But this should get us through that.
So that 9,000 is just the driveway?
Yes, okay. That would just be the area right between.
You can see the photo in the back of it, and it makes snow plowing a little difficult. You can't really get it out of there. It's worn down to where it's pretty rough out through there.
Yep.
That's what it looks like on a good day, because it's not snowy and icy and.
Exactly. Then the last thing for parks for capital improvements is the disc golf course. We've talked a little bit about that over the last year. The current course is in the floodway in Brookwood Park. Every time, it's not even really if there's a flood, if there's just a little bit of a high water event, it goes under. If we have more of a flood, then, if we have debris floating through, we're losing baskets all the time. So working with a group of individuals who very, very passionate about disc golf, they've kind of come up with a plan, and we've got the area. We're looking at making it an 18-hole course, moving it further to the south. We'll still be in Brookwood Park, part of it. Part of it will go down to the Cedar River Parkway Bridge. We've got some grass trails back in that area. We've got a little bit of a wooded, forested area that we can cut a couple of holes through. So we're pretty excited about that. This group of individuals as well, they're out fundraising for it right now. We're hoping to get about $5,000 fundraised. And then we're looking at a community foundation grant for that as well. And then obviously a chunk from the city. So. Any questions on park stuff that I could answer?
Garrett, what's the total estimated cost on that disc golf course?
Probably right in that $20,000 range. So we're putting the $20,000 in case we don't get a grant. Okay. In case, But yeah, we're looking at probably. I'm hoping that we can get by on the city side for anywhere from 10 to 15.
So you mentioned this grant. You had all those equipment. Are we going to be applying for any grants for those pieces of equipment? I know in the past we've gotten grants to help pay for some of those.
Sure. No. We'll get into that in veg management. There will be one in vegetation management. But no, for these pieces of equipment, they will not fall under what we're going to look at.
Some of that is limited to certain types of equipment. We've tried a few that they turned out and said, no, that doesn't qualify, so we had to pivot, do something different, pay that. It's been kind of an in and out. But I know every year they go after roadside grants, and that's usually vegetation management primarily. But
correct.
Do you know what the lifespan is on that turf brush?
I don't. It won't have a ton of use on it, all the time. I mean, It should last for a very long time.
And it's something that gets pulled behind another, does it get pulled behind, or is it like a push?
It'll be like pull behind, yes. Yep.
Have you looked at even possibly sharing with Wartburg, because they've got a couple turf fields?
Right, and we have looked into that a little bit. The ones I believe that they have at Wartburg were not the ones that, or was not the one that we would want to use on ours. Okay. I'll look into that a little deeper though, but I can't recall what it was exactly, but there was something where it wouldn't necessarily work for us. Anything else in parks? Okay, I will move along to veg management then.
Any questions specifically through veg management?
Okay, I'll just hit on some capital equipment again then.
Let's get it.
We are looking at replacing our disc mower. The disc mower is what's used mainly on the shoulders of the road. Let's see, our current one's 15 years old. A couple of years ago, we were looking at the Living Roadway Trust Fund for a grant for that. Disc mowers do not qualify, so we actually missed out on a grant that year for that. But we're looking to just purchase one straight out now. The next thing is a water wagon. There is a picture of what we have and what we're looking at in the back of the veg management part. But currently, we've got 2 different tanks that we use to water the downtown flowers, the new trees, all that stuff. I mean, we've been planting trees like crazy, which is great, but some of these dry summers, a little tough on veg management. Anyway, this tank would be a 500-gallon tank. It would have a pump on it. The 2 tanks that we have right now do not have pumps. They're gravity fed. And so an extra thing with this water wagon is we could take it out to prescribed prairie burns, things like that, where we can have extra water on hand. Again, it's 500 gallons instead of either our 180-gallon or 250-gallon tank. And the 250-gallon tank's a little misleading anyway because it's cracked on the top and you can't use the top third, you can't use the bottom third because it's gravity fed and we never get to that point. So this will save us a lot of time filling up, and just it'll be a lot nicer tank than what we already have. Last thing under capital equipment is a wood chipper. We do currently have a wood chipper. We have a very large wood chipper, very nice wood chipper. The issue that we're running into from time to time with our current wood chipper is that it's too heavy to go to some places. For instance, we always borrow Waverly Utilities for the golf course, or stuff like that. There's just a few places where this one can't go. Over the years as well, we've gotten to the point where we're behind on all of our tree trimming. Probably started 10, 12 years ago, actually, where we started getting behind on tree trimming. Since that time, obviously, we've discovered the ash borer. So vegetation management and streets at the time, actually, kind of put all their concentration into taking care of the ash trees. So trimming kind of got put on the back burner. So what we're suggesting that we possibly do is for the next few years, 3 years is what I'm looking at, is we have 2 wood chippers, and we go out, we have 2 crews. We've talked with Public Services about they would have a crew, we would have a crew, and we would go get caught up on all of the tree trimming. Once we're caught up, we can maintain it. That won't be an issue. It's getting caught up to that point. So this particular chipper that we're looking at is one from Waverly Utilities. We know the chipper. We used it. We used it in the windstorm we had in July that took down the trail for a month. We've used it other times as well. They are replacing that wood chipper, and we would be able to buy that from them. It is a used piece of equipment, obviously, but this is also a piece of equipment that we know, we've used, and our mechanics do all of the maintenance on it. So, I mean, we know this piece of equipment. We don't really have an issue with that.
What does the new chipper cost, Garrett?
A new chipper would be about $90,000 would be the one that we would be getting from Waverly Utilities, and we are looking at about $30,000 with that one. We've also been checking on some auction sites too to kind of see what the price of those have been going for. Very similar chippers to the one that Utilities has right now is in the $35,000 to $45,000 range.
It's like that. Does that only have like 1,000 hours on that? Utilities?
Yeah, I'd say there's a picture there. I believe it's
1171.
1171.
Yeah.
Yep, correct.
So that 53.5 covers all 3 of those vehicles you're talking about, or piece of the equipment?
Yes, yeah, that covers all 3 pieces of equipment there. That's correct.
Okay, additional questions, anything vegetation management?
Yeah, Garrett, on the capital equipment
Yes.
line, What did we buy that was, I was trying to remember this, I went back through my notes, I'm sorry, I couldn't remember it, but we went from 14,000 to 150,000. What was it that we bought?
That was the tractor and arm mower. That was budgeted the previous year, didn't get in, so that's why it's showing up.
Okay.
That's why it's showing up on the actual for this year.
All right.
Yep. So there'll be a budget amendment coming.
We split that over 2 years, getting the tractor the 1 year and then the actual arm mower, which who knew would take that long, the second year, and then getting it fit. And I think it sat in North Dakota for how many months trying to get it manually fit. It was a nightmare getting it done. I mean, it was here, we just couldn't get it. And that was the challenge most of last year, was just getting the thing here.
Okay.
So it cost us 2 fiscal years to get that one done.
Yeah.
Correct.
I'm sorry. That's one of the issues here with these budgets, is that you have these items that move over multiple years. We budget for them 1 year, and we've talked about that and other things, that it goes into July, and all of a sudden it's in another budget year, and it looks like things are all out of whack, but they're really not. It's just a timing issue.
Absolutely. So the money we would have had would go in the general fund balance, and when we buy it, it comes out of the general fund balance, and we amend it in to make it right. So we're not double taxing by any means. We're just having to account for it in the correct fiscal year, but it was scheduled prior. And that's happening more and more now with the supply chain issues we're getting.
Yeah.
So we have pulled back on some things, knowing we won't get them for 18 months.
Yeah.
The hard part is to get the authorization to get it and then wait a year to receive it. And so we're kind of working through it, trying to get through there. The big equipment is really bad with that. The custom stuff anyway. Now it's even further pushed out, if you can get it all. There's some places we've been taking bids that won't even bid now because they know they can't meet the next year. So it's been a challenge, but we're just trying to work through it and continue to cycle through. So we're looking at equipment that might be a year out, but it may be a year and a half to get it. So we're trying to hedge that back and forth. What does it look like? This is kind of one of those that if we were to get a new one, I don't even know when we would get it. Chippers, it's the big equipment's hard right now.
And I should have mentioned too on the chipper, I know I've got it in my write-up, but I didn't say this. So after 3 years, we'd reevaluate and say, which chipper are we keeping, which chipper are we getting rid of? Because we do not need 2 chippers for that long. And we may trade both of them in for a new chipper at that time, because we'll have a lot of hours on both of them at that point. But, that'll be something that we'll reevaluate after a few years here.
Are there any concerns that Waverly Utility will have a hard time getting their chipper in and we won't get their spare until that one's in?
That's a great question.
Thank you. Thank you.
They, from what I'm told, they are scheduled to have theirs here in March.
Okay.
So at least that's not too far out that we should be on that timeline.
Wonder how far ago they ordered it.
That I don't know.
Which March?
Thought to throw out here, we may have nothing, but across our entire city, across all the inventories, is there equipment that we want to shed right now? Because obviously it's a good time. I mean, you sold a van, we could probably get into auto dealership and make money here in the city.
Absolutely.
So
I think that's somewhat we're inventory now. We do an annual inventory, and we'll probably start to see, as we said, is something we can we shed, get rid of it, because pricing is really good right now.
Yep.
Okay, anything else in bench management? Not, we can jump into the cemetery. Well, we can go to the cemetery. We'll talk about the cemetery.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
oh man,
Let's just discuss it, Garrett. Why don't you go ahead?
I can go to my most popular place in town.
People are dying to get in.
It had to come. Write that down. 10:49, there it was. Any questions in the cemetery as you kind of look through? Most of what Garrett has is going to be truly equipment based. That's kind of the rotation we're in. The golf course, we'll get to the note that we're going to need. It's been 3 years in that, so, but that's primarily what he'll walk you through. But any questions overall, cemetery? You know, it's part of our big planning project coming up. You may touch on that too. Yep. So if you would, Garrett.
Absolutely, you bet. We budgeted for a new truck, or used, depending on what we're able to get. Right now, we have a 2001 that's pretty rusted out, if you've seen it around. That thing's been handed down, and that's where it ends up.
The photos are nice. I think that's help council to see kind of what we are dealing with, though. I mean, it's a 21-year-old vehicle, and
Goes to the truck
It
graveyard.
looks worse than the airport chairs did.
Absolutely. Anyway, so that's what we're looking at. We're also looking for hand-me-downs because we don't necessarily need a new truck, but we're, looking for a used or something that we can use, but it's, we need a four-wheel drive for the stuff that it does all through the cemetery. John goes around and helps on all of our snowfalls and, does all that. He needs four-wheel drive to get to his places. So that's why that's in there. Capital improvements, we're just kind of looking at beautifying some of the outside of the cemetery, adding some signs with rules and regulations in the cemetery, and some of the history. We've got a great historical cemetery that a lot of people don't necessarily know about. And so we're looking at putting some signs at the entrance that just kind of, tell the history and what's been going on there. As James mentioned, the cemetery is part of I'm not going to get the whole title right for you, but the comp plan, parks and open space plan, trails, all that stuff. The cemetery is included in that because we are running out of room for places that we have plotted up there. So we are looking at expanding there along Cedar River Parkway and just to be to the south of the old section. That'll be our new section of the cemetery. So that's in the works as well. Any questions on cemetery?
I'm glad to see that we're continuing the straightening the old stone markers.
Yes, thank you. I forgot to mention that. Yes, we are continuing that. We've had pretty good success, our first round of it, and then we also we're going on that second round. It got started, but then a little too cold and a little too much snow, and we'll get that one finished up in the spring.
do you have an approximation of how many stones we're really looking at overall? I know it's a tough one to
Yeah, not a great approximation. I mean, we're doing about 30 each year.
Right.
We're expecting that we're probably going to be doing it for 7 to 8 years total.
So you got a few hundred at least to get.
Yeah, we've got a few hundred that need to be taken care of.
And at the end of 7 to 8 years, you think we'd say, hey, it's in a little better, I mean, it's still going to be in rough shape, right? I mean, or are you thinking, how do you feel at the end of 8 years?
I think we're going to feel pretty good at the end of 8 years. And the reason I say that is because the ones that we are straightening and, kind of fixing right now have been there, I mean, 80 years, 100 years, maybe even longer. And, I realize as we move along, everything else is still getting older, but there are different.
In the 1880s, they used that thinner, that white, and it crumbled. I mean, you hit it, it can crumble.
Exactly, and that's the thing, some of those that have fallen and whatever, we want to make sure that we're not hitting those and doing anything. But I would say the old section should be taken care of. We're going to have a very nice looking, well, we already have a nice looking cemetery, but I mean, we shouldn't see a lot of leaning and a lot of broken stones at that point.
Newer methods prevent that from being as bad as the stuff you're talking about. So.
Yep.
Okay, anything else cemetery? Let's jump into golf course then. Any questions initially on golf course budget, which is, that's some bright ones too. That's safety vest stuff.
Okay. Well, I do want to mention that we had a great year at the golf course this year. 28,541 rounds played. So that was a record since we've been keeping track, really. So a great year at the golf course. Under capital equipment, we are looking at replacing a pump that goes out at the WPC. That pump will pump water to our irrigation pond, actually our holding pond, that then pumps it to our irrigation ponds. I don't know the year on that pump, but just trust me when I say we need a new one. We are hardly getting any flow from the WPC anymore, and we've tried about every other thing to increase that, and the pump's the last piece of that. Under more capital equipment, but this is listed under principal payments because we will actually be looking to take a note out on those. It's 5 pieces of equipment that are set to be replaced for the golf course. They include a 1993 John Deere tractor, a 1988 utility vehicle, 2004 greens mower, a 2010 fairway mower, and a 2006 out front mower. They'll all be replaced with similar pieces of equipment. However, the out front mower will be looking to replace with a zero turn mower for, well, convenience and I guess speed at which we can mow with it around everything that we have. Because I will add too, we're getting a lot more trees back out there even though we've been taking them down. So anyway, those are the pieces of equipment we're looking at. Those will be paid off over 3 years.
That's traditionally how we've kind of done that at the golf course, is because they are substantial, instead of having one big year and then 2 that aren't, it messes with the tax fluctuations so much. We keep a consistent amount every year, and we just know we have a lot of stuff to rotate through. Most stuff is, 10, 15, 20, 30 years old, depending on what it is, but it's going all day, every day. And through the season, it does wear out eventually. Because you guys still do sharpen blades in-house, you still work on, maintain, et cetera, as much as you can to preserve it, but at some point, it's done what it can do.
Yeah, we do most of, actually, the services, all sharpening, everything in-house right now. Chris does most of that. So we actually don't even have to get it out to public services, so we're good there.
The other side of what we're doing here too, then, you'll see that trend over the years and going forward is we're trying to use better equipment, bigger equipment, faster equipment, because that means less manpower. And with the issues we're having now, we'll talk about that this afternoon, whether it's hiring seasonals, staff, et cetera, we're very limited on manpower. We lose most of our seasonals. We won't go too far into it, about August, and we still have to mow till November. So again, the bigger equipment we can get, the better, the faster, the newer. It helps maintain without having to add bodies, so you're kind of trading off the two. You try and add full-time bodies because you can't get enough seasonal help. Do you get better equipment to eliminate that need? And that's some of what we're going to see. This equipment also is, can we get it bigger, faster, more efficient?
Anything else on golf?
Transition right to pro shop, since they're all related right there.
And there's really not a lot in pro shop at all, other than we're looking at adding a program called Golf Genius. This program, it's my write-up, will allow golfers to have immediate updates on their tee times, standings, online registration. It'll send you text updates on if there's inclement weather. Talks about tournament websites, and then live scoring on the course and live leaderboards. So that's really all we've got for Pro Shop. Not a big jump there.
On the golf course, you mentioned our units were up this year. Do you know what percentage that was? Because last year was a good year too. The previous year was a good year too.
Correct. I don't know what, I don't recall what 2020 was. I want to say it was in that 24 to 25,000 range. So, I mean, we're up
you
three.
You what for this last year?
28, I believe, 28 for 541.
That's significant then. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah,
we thought we peaked
pretty
during
good increase.
COVID.
I thought that would peak and die off of
It
COVID.
went and excelled and beat it the next year. We beat it. I mean, it's just continues to go.
Yeah.
I think it's a reemergence of that outside activity, because for a while, that's all you could do. and I think it's really taken. And so we're hoping to ride this and keep it going, but it
We're
is
going
not
to see
slowed
the set
down.
of new trends here is what we're seeing.
Has that been a reverse? Because I know for years, the number of rounds just overall in golf was going down. Is this a nationwide where they're all going up, or is it?
I think it is, nationwide. I don't know if the increase is as much as what we've seen, but yeah, I think it's increasing.
A little bit of a rebound based on the last couple of years of.
In 2020, there was a lot of things that you couldn't do. Golf courses were still open, so, yep.
And I think Jordan helps that too. I mean, you don't see a lot of the marketing that he does and the tournaments that come in and the push that goes, and it's really taken off. That course is full a lot.
Yes, it is.
And we're seeing that, but that's good. You want a course to be played. The worst thing you can do is let it sit and not have anybody on it. Then you're maintaining it for no reason. So at least it's getting played and played a lot. And we'll tout it again. That's why it was best of the best in this region. It is a beautiful course. And people are seeing that. And when you get that designation, they're thinking, well, I haven't been there. I want to go play Waverly now. And they're coming back. And so I'm very, very pleased how it's went. We hope that'll continue to ride out going forward. We'll take it as long as we can.
Absolutely.
Well, and there's been a focus the last few years, if I recall, on getting young people involved in golfing.
Yep.
Which I think, and I'm not sure if that has any impact on the increase in numbers, but it certainly can't hurt. So I think that might be a good thing to continue to do, too.
Absolutely, yeah. He's got a great junior golf program, and a lot of the stuff is geared towards the youth, and yeah, getting them involved and interested.
Just a question out of curiosity, the trade show line item, is that simply attending, or is that being a vendor at?
He will just be attending that. Yep, and hoping to get in some supplies that we weren't able to get last year. So, he said we ran out of golf balls in August last year because they just weren't getting here. We didn't have that production. So it'll be an interesting trade show for him this year. And just, as a side note, that's next week for him. He'll be in Florida while we're all still here.
It was hard to sign that one.
He probably needs supervision down there.
I tried, trust me. James wouldn't sign off on that one for me.
Budget time. We don't know that. But yeah, I think I agree. We'll be curious when he gets back to what the show was compared to past years, because it's limited. We've had auto shows. We've seen places close if they can't get the cars to even show them. So what equipment? He's got probably 9-10 sets of equipment on hold waiting to be shipped. You just can't get things right now. And so I don't know what he'll have coming back, but it'd be very curious to see what's even out there.
He always gets something out of it, that's for sure.
But you're absolutely right, James. It takes the right people to drive the numbers. I mean, you can have a fad all you want, but if you got terrible people there, it's not going to happen. So
every program he thinks of is full and constantly full. And he comes up with something else, it's full. And that's whatever he's doing is working extremely well. Like I said, it varies all the time. He's always got something coming that is working to enhance that golf course. So very glad he's here with us.
When he described the golf genius at the commission meeting, I know nothing about golf, but it sounded like, this will really be something that'll enhance our tournaments and make us stand out even more.
I think it's important to mention that a couple of years ago we were talking about, are we going to invest more in the golf course? Are we going to hire a full-time pro shop?
Yep.
And it's been a good investment for the future.
Absolutely, it has. Yep.
Yeah, someone else, I don't know if we'd had the same results. I think it is Jordan. I'll praise him all day long. He just has an insight. He knows that course. He knows the people that are in that course and what they're going to want to do, and he will continue to produce and produce and produce. And so without him doing that, I'm not sure how successful we would be. There'd be some, but I think that's why it is as good as it is. We have that kind of staff out there with him, so I'm very fortunate. Okay, you want to jump into the pool?
Well played.
It's not intentional, I swear to God. It's just a lingo. Could you talk about the pool, please?
There's
life expectancy, the whole.
I was gonna say there's nothing major in the budget for the pool. We're trying to keep it alive for the next couple of years. I mean, you know, we've talked about Memorial Park and, you know, the project that'll be happening there, and hopefully having a new pool in there. So, yeah, nothing major on that front at all.
Are we expecting, so I know we have had problems getting enough lifeguards.
Absolutely.
And I believe it was last year or maybe the year before that we tried to increase the pay rate for those lifeguards. Have we increased it enough?
No.
Okay.
So we did increase it for the 2020 season, and then the 2020 season did not happen.
Okay.
2021, we had what would have been those rates, and it's $9 starting is what the lifeguard rate was. We had the fewest number of lifeguards that we've ever had, and it was a rough year. But, you know, I've got some numbers on trends for lifeguard stuff that we'll talk about a little later with seasonal workers. But yes, I definitely think that we need to increase those rates again.
Yeah, the average salaries and average pay rates it's disturbing. And I'll say, well, don't give too much here, but we're gonna have a full-blown discussion on it. It's not just lifeguards, it's everywhere. We've looked at other cities, we've seen the rates that are going, we've seen the averages. The quick thing I'll say about this before we jump to seasonal sometime is, you know, as we look at wage and we have increases, et cetera, those didn't. So inflationary, we didn't do 3%, take it to 8.25. We didn't do 8 for 50, 75, it stayed at 8. And now we're 7 years later. That's the stuff that we didn't foresee. We didn't need to. We had plenty of bodies. We had last 2-3 years, that has not been the case at all. We are struggling to get support staff. And that goes back to the discussion we're having from equipment is you simply can't get bodies, so you have to get better equipment, or you just can't do the work. And that's where we're really starting to find that double-edged sword we have to walk, and we'll talk a lot more about that with seasonals.
The labor pool to me seems to be getting worse right now.
I think so.
Is it too early to anticipate the next season here for what you're going to see at the pool?
I'm worried if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I'm asking. I mean, because if this last year was bad, I'm not optimistic that your pool's going to suddenly get better this year.
The one thing that's nice is that we did have a lot of younger guards this year, a lot of 15-year-olds. So they're going to be 16. They can do everything, you know, I mean, everything that the other guards could do. We did have quite a few of them, but 16 is still pretty young to be, you know, hand the pool over. And, you know, to be quite honest, we are losing a lot of the management staff there. And so it's going to be difficult.
I don't know if you look at a bell curve of where your busiest times are and truncate or hope for the best. I'm not sure where you go. Good luck.
Thank you. We're going to see. We're going to see what we have at that point and decide what we're going to do pool wise.
I think we'll get some feelers out here probably shortly after budget gets sort of discussed and see, depending on rates, et cetera, kind of what is it looking like. But you really won't know until that time comes. And the competition for that same pool is fierce. You don't draw people in from 10, 20 miles away to be lifeguards. You're just not gonna, because everywhere they are, they also need lifeguards. I mean, we have how many pools within 15 minutes of us? It's just a tough industry right now to find them.
And don't forget Lost Island with how, you know, I mean, they take a ton.
Yeah, and they pay good to have a lot of students that work out there. Have we reached out to our school, WSR, and students there for possibly, you know, going through like a free the lifeguard training and, you know, to recruit people from there?
We are in that process. I'm going to try to get in there and either give a little speech or, you know, have, what I'd really like is some of the current guards to go in and talk. It's going to hold a little more water, sorry, but, you know, coming from them than it is from me. And so that's what we're trying to do.
Maybe working with, because I do have like a job co-op, and I know that it's summertime, but you can still take some credits during the summer, but seeing if you can work with the job co-op and seeing if they can utilize that as a high school credit for working there as well. I don't know if that can be sorted out, but.
I'll look at that. I don't know.
Okay, any other questions on the pool? So we'll dive into this a little later when we talk about seasons as a whole, because it's not just the pool, it's everywhere. Okay, want to walk us through Civic Center?
Okay, Civic Center, just a couple of things for this year. We were planning on doing the, taking down the wallpaper and doing all that good stuff in the Civic Center and in the north hallway. We got exactly 0 bids back on that, so we're kind of shifting gears and trying to figure that out. What we're going to do, the same happened with the pillars out front, replacing that material at the bottom. That's all peeling away. We got exactly 0 bids on that as well. So we're trying to figure out what we're going to do with that exactly, but that does kind of play into, we're looking at kind of redoing this room and this south hallway, getting the wallpaper down, texturing the walls, doing that stuff. That's what you'll see in the capital improvements. We're also looking at replacing these televisions, so hopefully people in the audience can see them a little better. These aren't quite big enough for what I think what we're used to these days, so we're looking at that. And then the other thing is I'm sure everyone noticed who drove in today or drove, whatever council meeting you come to, south end of that driveway is getting pretty rough. It's always had that bit of a dip in it. We for sure need to get the concrete fixed there. The issue is with the sidewalk going through there and all that, how much is it going to end up costing if we re-engineer that area and how far we'd have to come into the parking lot to get that taken care of. That's what we're going to be looking at this coming budget year, is seeing if we could get it re-engineered and get that taken care of, or if we're just going to be replacing the concrete coming off the road. So I'm sure everyone loves that little dip when they come into work.
Depending what vehicle you're driving, you'll leave some of it behind you, so front end's pretty tough on that, coming and going, and we've known it for years, like Garrett said, but it is complicated when you have the street, the sidewalk, and the parkway. I mean, it's all got to move together, and so we'll look at that. But some of the project that we were looking at trying to fix this building, go forward, we wanted to phase it in, but it could be the size of the project is not worth the bidding for the guys that do this. It could be the timing of it. It could be a number of things. So this is one we're still going to look at and watch whether or not we continue with this in. We just want to show you that possibility. Once we get a better idea of what the reasoning was and logic as to why it didn't occur, or if there is interest in a larger project, then we'll make a decision finally if we go forward or not. But we may have to kind of reset this a little bit depending on what we hear.
Exactly.
We're just not seeing the interest. And if the people that do it are out there, they're probably very busy with similar kind of projects because it's limited. So that's kind of the synopsis through everything is we're seeing that difficulty in getting a lot of work here done with the crews that we have or the availability of it. So we'll definitely take a hard look at it and see if it's something we can get done this year or not. And if not, then this may or may not come through. Hopefully we'll get an idea in the next few weeks or so if it's going to be possible.
Yep. Any questions on the Civic Center?
I say Civic Center in general. Kind of the big one is trying to get those, walls and that. Especially we've talked before. If you're in the Civic Center, you can see the seams, the glue coming through. It looks really bad, and we just need to do something. That's where we were going to start this year, if that would have worked. But
yeah,
we'll try and figure that out. It's not quite as bad here, but you can start to see the beginning of it. So.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Good. All right. Thank you, Garrett. So next up would be economic development. Any questions specifically? We have Bill kind of provide a few comments. You want to roll through briefly, Bill?
Yeah, the economic development, what we've done is the budget is pretty much as flat as it's been. We don't have any extra projects in there except for the community video that needs to be updated. We like to keep that fresh, and that's used in different places. We are finally able to take the $60,000 that we're using for our campaign to do advertising from the hotel motel tax instead of doing it from the general fund because we're done paying the cobblestone and it's more than $60,000 that we'll be getting from that source. So we've moved that to hotel multi-tax, because that's more of a tourism, recruitment, that type of thing. Other than that, the numbers are pretty, about the same when it comes to the expenditures, the general things. Mostly it's personnel costs. And that's about it. Any other questions with that?
On the summary, you have it listed as a communication specialist as a new position.
What's that?
On the summary, there's a communication specialist listed under personnel. That's a new position. There's no change in salary, really, as far as that.
We had proposed that. That was something that was looked at last year.
Oh, you're talking at the very bottom of
At the very bottom.
Yeah, that was just a typo. That shouldn't be there.
That shouldn't be there.
I think what happened is that we had talked about doing that, and so that got in there, and we missed that, taking it out.
Okay.
So that should be gone.
Okay. I know we've talked about having that in the city for a couple times, but
We'd run a scenario last year where we'd kind of try to identify and try to look at that just based on
where it can fit in.
the discussion that's come from the council, but we didn't move forward with that.
So we updated columns in fiscal year. We forgot to nip that one out. So that was anticipated, but yeah, that's not coming.
Okay.
Our new strategic plan coming out has really shown and it'll be coming before you for approval, just focused on the different things that, it's childcare, it's placemaking, it's those kinds of things that are kind of a different thing. It's the kind of discussion we had with the joint meeting, and that final version is coming out in February, so we'll be bringing that to you.
We'll jump to community development, zoning.
Community development, we're right in the middle of the comp plan that was funded from last year's budget. So that'll be done this year, and that'll be a great thing to get done. At this point, there's nothing else that we've put in this budget. Maybe the code enforcement, we've actually put a $10,000 money in there, but that's one of those we hope to reimburse if we do expend costs. But there's times when we have to front nuisance abatement, and then we try to go back and get it back from the homeowner. But we have to have a fund in order to use that money to get it done. So that's why we added that this year.
So that's effectively seed money that we plan to recoup. Okay.
Sometimes you have to assess it. Sometimes it comes over multiple years, and so you're not going to get it back right away. Sometimes you don't get it at all because you just can't pursue somebody that doesn't have any money.
We have seen an uptick in that, though, with code enforcement, calls, people wanting things looked at, taken care of, whether it's grass to junk. I mean, there has been an uptick in the last year for sure. So we're wanting to get a little more proactive and start to really try to attack it coming forward. And we have to front a bit of that, like Bill said, to do it. But it's definitely been a much more active year for code enforcement.
We're working on, there's a weed ordinance that's going to be brought forward also this year, and that will kind of clarify how we expect places to be maintained, whether it be detentions, retentions, so that we can kind of put them in categories, and people know what category they are in and what that has to be maintained. So if it's a foot or less, or if it's whatever that amount is going to be, there'll be 3 levels, and I think that will be a lot easier for us to sell to people, because we're going to impose that upon ourselves as a city too. So we'll have the same categories that the private folks will have, and they'll be expected to do the same thing we're expecting to do ourselves.
Because you can't mow everything 3 inches high, and some people think you should, and you can't let it go to seed and call it prairie grass either, because that's not how it works. It's clever. I will give them that for thinking that's all prairie grass. No, I'm pretty sure that's all weeds. I don't think it's prairie grass. But give them a shot for trying it. It just doesn't work like that.
That's why we worked with vegetation management just to identify that, so that we can be consistent with our own, because people are saying, well, your area looks like that. Why can't my area look like that? Well, we want to make sure it's consistent throughout. So.
And we actually did have prairie grass. That's the difference.
Yeah, ours are prairie, not seed.
Yeah, it's not naturally seeded in dandelions and buttonweed. So, any questions? Code enforcement, zoning, community development. We'll jump to legislative and legal.
So legal services, again, is pretty set from what it has been in the past. It's always interesting to try to expense the outside expenses that we incur, so we try to estimate as much as possible depending on what the year is going to look like. But we don't hesitate in using our attorneys in Des Moines to give us clarification and help on different issues that we think are good to have assistance on. We don't have them do the work, but we have them help us with the process moving forward. Right. Beyond that, there's some conferences. We haven't been able to go to DC in 2 years, so and we're not going this year either. I'm not sure how much it's going to ever happen again because things have changed in the way they do it. I don't know how effective it is anyway, and I think it's probably going to be virtual from now on. So even though we put that in the budget, it probably is something that if we don't go next year, we'll probably not do it anymore. We still belong to that coalition because I think it's important for us to be in the same group as the Waterloo Cedar Falls folks, and it's with their mayors, their council people, their staff members, and it's great just to have continuity between the whole Cedar Valley region. So I think it works. We've been doing more on the state level too in terms of having more things that we consult on and get a common position on from our perspective. Ours is always different. It's always nice to be in the know of what they're doing ahead of time too. So we kind of identify what's happening in Cedar Falls and Waterloo moving forward.
I think you're right. The shift has been much easier for us to almost get our representatives in DC here one-to-one than it is to actually get them when you're in DC. You get a staffer or two, but it's not that actual person, but you can get them here. So it's almost been a easier shift here to do it. And so I question how much longer that's going to continue to try and go out there with all the other 25,000 groups that go out there to pick their ear and say, this is what we need. So we may be better off trying to locally
just
do
the logistics of getting our group vetted to go into the offices now, to get into those rooms, to get into the places that we need to be. I think those are going to be tightened up a lot more, and I don't think people are doing it as much anymore. And we're meeting with staff members anyway more often than we're meeting with the representatives. So what happens is we do a lot with the staff, and a couple of the staff members actually sit in on all our meetings. Grassley's and Ernst has their staffers involved with us, and then we have a lot of communication with those staffers, and they're the most important connection to those people anyway.
So I see a bump in operating supplies. That's the line 6507. Is that mostly the software programs, or is that something else?
So we're getting, we're going to be getting new computers, and they come with basic software. And some of the software that we want, we will probably upgrade. I know the Adobe Acrobat on my machine is 2017, so we'll probably be paying for those upgrades. And it could be something that comes in on an annual basis anyway, because most of those software programs are going to annual licenses, and they're in the cloud, so that you don't really get a new program to put on. You basically just pay a fee every year. So depending on how much is in with the computers, we want to be able to fund our specific software that we need in order to do our things.
Any other questions, comments, legal services? Okay, thanks. Let's go. So
do you want me to talk about the public things? You want to wait till that section's up?
We'll do it when that section comes up. I'll come up for that. Thank you. So we'll jump into yours and my budget. We really didn't change it. It's a difference of $1,000, and it's pretty much wage insurance to that. But Carla can certainly come up, and she kind of controls this for us as well. And she'll have city clerk next also, and kind of walk us through. But the mayor council administrator budget is pretty much flat the last year. We really didn't change a whole lot. Some of the things that we're going to be doing, and Carla's kind of taken over our infrastructure, our computer infrastructure, and from information services. We will probably start to consolidate computers under one department now instead of trying to piece them out everywhere. we're finding it difficult to get them one at a time brought in, set up. We think we're having much better luck if we order the block. Then when it comes in, the block becomes an actual item that Birgen them can come in and put as a project to come and finish, versus whenever they get here, they can set up the 1 and 2 to come in. So the cost won't be any different, but we're going to shift it to where you'll see it in different lines. And the Birgen contract might be the other one. You see it throughout different departments, but really there's no reason to do that other than to try to shift the cost, but it's all in the general fund anyway. It really is just a distribution that we don't need to do. So we may pull that back into a single line in Carla's budget and city clerk, because it just makes more sense. It's not as if it's affecting the departments differently because they have it. It's something we've just distributed accordingly, thinking it was a better measure. But for the large of it with the general fund, it doesn't make any difference. We're just splitting numbers. So any questions, Mayor, Council, City Admin? If not, we'll jump into City Clerk.
There was one item on that I wanted to discuss with the council, and that was next year would kind of be a year that we would look at doing a citizen survey, whether it be citywide or like a random survey of just a certain percentage of citizens. So that would be something we would need to look at within this budget.
Have we done that in the past? And what are we looking
have.
for there?
5 years ago?
Yes, 2017.
And what kind of things are we looking for there?
Well, we would ask like how your city services are, your refuse collection, your parks.
Customer service survey, okay.
Yeah.
It's a substantial number of questions, and it's certainly not scientific. And we use that too. It's not scientific. Well, it never was meant to be. It's simply just a questionnaire of getting a pulse of what are you guys thinking. And so it's a whole series of questions departmentally, council, mayor. I mean, it's just everything, and it's just a nice little read of where we at. I think compared to the prior 5 years, and we get limited feedback at times. It just depends, but it's something that we've done every 5 years. So if you have interest in us doing it again.
There's about,
postage is probably the worst of it.
Yeah, there's
Just
about
getting it out.
4,000 addresses that we would send it out if it was citywide.
And that is in this proposed budget, or you're talking about it for
No,
the next year?
it's not currently. I wanted to find out, is this something you would want to direct us to do, and then it would need to be added in.
And it's primarily postage. I mean, that's the biggest thing.
And you said this was done 5 years ago?
Yes.
Last time?
Yep.
I think it's important that we, if it's been 5 years.
I like the idea. I just wonder with doing the comp plan, and they're going to be doing some surveying and finding out some things within the community as well.
No,
at the
that's
same
true.
time.
Because it's touching a lot of different areas, and we'll have a lot of input there as well. I know this is specific, every single house gets it, whether or not they turn it back, well, that's a whole different story, but yeah, it is true. It's certainly whatever you guys would like to see done.
So
We can do it next year as well, once
Might be
comp
one
plan's
that-
done this
Yeah,
year.
It might make
just
sense to
because
wait until the comp plan is over, because
do
we
it
don't want
next
to
year.
be asking people too many questions,
bombarding them with
response
surveys.
fatigue and that sort of thing.
Sure. I mean, we could do that next year, schedule it then. We'll bring it back to you then fiscal '24 and reconvene that discussion. Okay. So then city clerk, any questions specifically for city clerk? Otherwise, I'll have Carla kind of walk you through the budget. Okay, you want to walk through that, Carla?
Sure.
With the highlights for us?
So, we won't have any city elections, so we don't, unless comes up the special election, but the capital equipment is going to be changing due to the centralizing of the computers. So it was rough to estimate how much it might be. Right now, so let me back up a little bit. we tried about 3 years ago to get the computer replacement into a routine rotation so that we weren't replacing several of, or too many of them in one year and not in another year. With that direction, Birgen we were supposed to have 5-year warranties. Found out this year they were only 3-year warranties because they were all coming due. So we're trying to kind of bring that back to neutral ground, and so this year we'll have to do a small amendment. Most people have them in their budgets anyway, in their individual department budgets, but we have about 18 computers that we will be replacing. Luckily, 2 of them were paid for by the ARP, so that was 2 that we don't have to replace. But the rest of them will all be replaced yet in this fiscal year. Next fiscal year, I believe there were 16 computers that will need to be replaced, and so on for 5 years. So, and we will continue to request a 5-year warranty for each time we replace those. Now, also this this program that we've started will also include the servers and it's called AP, but it's Wi-Fi access or access points, and those type of things. So those are another item that we don't have a direct number for next year's budget. It's so far out, it was hard for them to estimate.
The hardest part is as technology gets better and faster, it also lasts longer. Does not. Everybody thinks that's the case. It's getting less and less and less. So 5-year warranties, we used to get 7, 8, 9 years out of these. Now they don't even support them past the 5 half the times, or you get a new version that comes out. What started this, we had everything on Windows 7, which wasn't supported anymore, which opens it up to no patches, et cetera, cybersecurity. Holy cow. And that did happen to a unit of government here, and very scary stuff. So then we had to quickly get rid of those. And in a 3-year time frame, we got through 50-some computers, the servers, et cetera. Well, those are starting to now be a year or 2 out from having their own issues to not being supported. And so it's a never-ending issue we're running into. As it advances, that's great. The durability of it is not, and it gets to be cheaper and cheaper, and they're making them less and less to where we can hold on to them much longer. So to stay current, and with our cybersecurity problems that are out there everywhere, and our liability insurance, now that that's included in it, this is some of what it's forcing us to try and at least do, with your guidance and blessing on it, is to try and keep a 5-year rotation on these computers. And we're close to getting that set now again. Basically, everything has a 3-year warranty. You can purchase the additional 2. Well, it's not the same as having a 5-year warranty. So we found that out this year. We will still continue to get 5 years out of all this every year. It's just now we have a different process. We have to go through and do it. And then you have the annual licenses, which are not free anymore. As Bill had said earlier, everybody's cloud-based. You don't actually get it. You have to pay to get it out of the cloud. It's not on your computer that you own and go through. That costs a little more over time to do that too when you license up 20, 30, 40 computers. So it has been an amazing shift in how things are being done just because of the technology needs. But we're really not having a lot of choice in some of this unless we want to start to get behind even more and open ourselves up to problems going forward. But we're trying to get 5 years out of all of our systems. We're preserving monitors, keywords, all that stuff. It's really just the towers. And then even the laptops, we're trying to get a little more as well. We saw when the pandemic came through, we were not set up for a lot of people to be able to go for work at home or have their own systems be capable to do some of this. So this is trying to switch some of that out as well to make us a little more versatile in case something else comes up and we have to start looking at operational issues and there are people having to be home instead and still continue to be capable in conducting business. So it's a big chore that Carla took on. I'm glad she was able to do it and was offering to do it. It's a lot to try and maintain. But this is another piece of infrastructure we don't really think of that way that we have to keep focusing on and going forward. And so you will see an approval request probably in February for this year's budgets. We have some in, but not all that we needed as we try to reset this and get back on our plan that we thought we had done. And We did not. So it's been interesting. It is educational, but it's also a headache. It's what you're dealing with. Half the stuff they talk about, I can't even pronounce it. I don't even know what it is. The switches and the software and but I know if it doesn't work, then we know what it is in a hurry. And that's what we found earlier. So.
And other than that, it's just, I'm just putting a little bit of money into the reserve for replacing the next vehicle in a few years and the next copy machine in a couple of years, so.
Do we own our copiers or we lease?
We own them. We used to lease, found out that owning is better.
Yeah, owning's better.
Yeah.
About Spinutech.
Oh, yes, and Spinutech, thank you, James. So I have taken a look at our website. The last time that the city's website was done, the utilitarian one, not the Waverly Welcome Home, the last time it was done was in 2014. And so I have received an estimate to have that kind of redesigned for a maximum of, well, I shouldn't say maximum, for an estimated $66,000. That includes, the first phase is where they're going to do a lot of analytics and figure out exactly where people are visiting and how often. We want to, some of the feedback I have received is that there's too many clicks to get to any one part of the website. So that's one of their tasks that I've given them, is to find out how it would be easier to arrive at where they're trying to find. So that was another thing that is in the budget, but again, that's something that if you decide you don't want, then we can certainly take it out. But that's kind of, I just felt like, ooh, it's been 8 years, we probably should be looking at this again. And also you can decide too, you maybe don't want a full revamp of the whole thing, maybe you just want to tweak it here and there. That's fine, we can do that too. I'm kind of anxious to see the analytics of it and find out what the results are on those.
I would agree that website it's a lot of tunnels to go through. 60,000 is a bit heavy. I wonder if on all of that though, we look at the analytics and we really say, hey, what do people really need to use the city site for? I think you could strip it way, way back and make it, I think they're looking for phone numbers, who to contact, cemetery hours, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, we don't have like an FAQ function that I wish we did. That's the one thing that we see a lot of sites that have your questions everybody's asking. We don't have that.
Well, they don't show like a continuing list of it.
They don't.
But we do have where they can click Ask the City and ask us a question, and then it emails to Valerie and myself, and we can answer them.
Think through that. It might save us some phone calls at City Hall.
But, yeah, but also, I agree. We may find out that we can tame that down a little bit.
In this instant age, sending an email and waiting for a response isn't always what people are looking for. They want.
You want instant access because that's what your phone gives you, and it's not going to sit well. So,
and that's the amount that you have then budgeted in contract services?
Yes.
That's part of it. Budget line for it.
Yes.
That's a 66,000.
Yep,
Correct.
6499.
Yes, that's the 66,000 for the Spinutech.
So we also have our Laserfish, our iCompass agenda management, our software Ruckus Watchdog, our partner renewal, our WebRec monthly antivirus, our online exchange fee for the website, and then, So that's what I mean. It just continues to evolve. But if it doesn't, then it doesn't work. And so when they explain it, it makes sense. It adds up.
You do get to the point where you think they're just making these things up.
I do.
So they can add them to the bill.
Ruckus, Watchdog, really? Is that truly okay, that's fine.
But I don't know, there's some scary stuff going out there with cybersecurity and ransomware. And
we still get a lot of emails from some of you wanting us to do a favor for you or something. Your name's not spelled right. Get that stuff constantly.
So I'll just wait on direction from the council and what you want to do on that. Do you want me to maybe go forward with the analytics part of it?
I'm more interested in the analytics before we kind of commit to a full redesign.
Okay.
I'd kind of like to know where are people looking for, and how extensive do we need a redesign?
Right.
Okay.
So-
Do you want that done this fiscal year, or should I just leave it in the budget, and then if we don't use it, I'm not sure what your thoughts are on that. I don't like to put that much into the budget if it's not necessary, but I will leave that all up to you.
I mean, I'm the analytics too, and then jump from there, and perhaps we use it, perhaps we don't, but based on the analytics, we decide where to go maybe.
Okay.
So I'd check with them to see if
Yeah, I
they
just
can get us
don't
a
know if
price
we
on
can have
doing
it
just
in
the
time for the
analytics.
budget to be done is the problem, but yeah, because they wanted to study 3 to 4 weeks worth of data, current data, which I did kind of explain to them that is kind of a problem for us because we kind of operate seasonally.
Yeah.
And so we won't see the summertime hits or any of that stuff. So that's just something to think about.
Well, can they run the analytics in July after the first of the fiscal year and just maybe get a price for what just the analytics itself would be, not the full-blown whatever else might come with it?
Absolutely. It's just whether we leave this in here or we amend if whatever we want to do next year.
I guess we can talk about that at some point, once we see the entire budget, kind of what it looks like and where we're sitting. I mean, I favor doing what we want to do for sure and not hoping maybe we'll do it later with the extra money. I'd almost rather amend it if we need to, once we know what that's even going to cost. Because if you get your analytics and it really just needs a tweak, like you kind of mentioned, it certainly isn't going to be $30,000, $40,000 to just tweak a couple things that maybe it's all it is. If it's a full-blown redo, it could be even more than this. And so maybe it's good to get the analytics done. Let's see what it tells us, and then we'll look at, do we amend, do we wait till next year, budget something bigger? I mean, it'd be my recommendations, let's at least get the analytics, but I don't know how much that's gonna be. I don't know if they can give us a breakdown
I
of
do
just
have
the
a
analytics.
breakdown, and that was, also I should mention while I'm looking for this, in 2014, it was 27,000-ish to get the website redone.
And I'm also curious, as you were saying, to what extent the web usage is seasonal. Are we going to have the same sites being visited in July as November, as March?
That's exactly my concern.
So,
Yeah.
Because with the pool and the golf course and all the activity from March to October is probably gonna be a lot different than you're gonna see from
Leisure
November to March.
services in summer versus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's interesting.
So just the analytics part, they've quoted at $3,000 to $4,000.
and that might be different if we're asking for analytics at different times of the year too. If we like want to sample it.
Like
say,
quarterly.
Quarterly, yeah.
You could do that too.
So we can get, I mean, it'll slow down the process because we'll have to go through an entire year of data gathering. But it'll be more efficient, more effective.
Better information.
Yeah.
So would you wanna say 3,000 to 4,000 for the analytics? So I mean, if they did it 4 times quarterly, it'd be what, up to 16?
Yeah.
Would that work to
Sure, we'll put it in the budget. I mean, it should
change
be.
that out from
Hopefully
66 to 16 and
it'll
take a
be-
year to?
Hopefully it'll be a little under because there's going to be the setup cost as
Yeah,
well, the fixed
yeah.
cost and the variable cost, but
The other thing on that is maybe we talk to them too, and to try to understand what that's giving us, because like on the golf stuff, we could guess a little bit, like, oh, we're not getting any traffic, well, let's not pull it out of the website, obviously.
Absolutely.
So I'm not sure we want to spend 16 grand on that, but I think if we meet with them and talk, we're going to get what we probably need off of one, even if it's seasonal, you could really guess from the
I
rest.
feel like the 16,000 is probably an overestimate, but if we're just
If it's
setting
in
the
there,
budget.
sure.
It's better than
certainly not as much as
66,000.
6,000.
So are we okay taking the 50 off, put the 16 in at least, and just let's
Yeah.
kind of move forward cautiously? and-
Better option.
Okay.
One question that comes to my mind, as we complete the evaluation process with regard to Memorial Park and all of those things, will that trigger significant need for changes to our website once those plans get in place?
Could be.
So that would be an argument also for maybe taking a little longer
Yeah.
for the analytics before we start implementing other changes?
Plans will be done this fall, or, yeah, well, I guess this fall, technically 22, so this fall, and we'd be looking at fiscal 24 budget right after that anyway, so maybe it does make sense to kind of hold off a little and.
Well, I'm almost wondering if we're going to do analytics, if we can't start some within this fiscal year still, get this spring.
You could.
This end of winter.
$3,000 to $4,000, we could do that.
You know, I would think 6,000 to 8,000 or whatever it might be for setup we've got within a little bit of room within the general fund still to come up with 8,000.
Let's maybe call them up, see what they can do, kind of give them those guidelines, what we're thinking about doing, and just see what we can replace this with.
Sure.
But it'll be substantially less, obviously.
Sure, absolutely. I think that sounds fine.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Anything else then, city clerk budget? Okay. So lunch is coming about when, Carla? I'm trying to gauge.
Supposed to be delivered in a minute. 11:45.
Well, okay.
Is it here?
If you want, we can get through accounting budget, and then that really gets through departmental budgets, other than enterprise funds, and then when we come back, we would jump into actually the discussion about public purpose, Heritage Day, seniors, all that stuff. It's maybe a nice break to have that, so let's jump into accounting, human resources budget. Do you have any specific questions for Gina, for Danielle, for...
Well, I would just, I guess, ask James, from your perspective, we went to the full-time HR. Has it been worth it?
I unequivocally, yes. I don't know how we did it before. There's just a lot of things that we found, a lot of issues that come up that I know I wasn't prepared to handle that. That's certainly not my background. And I would have been going outside to consult with someone in that background to do it. And I absolutely, from Abby for the part-time now to Danielle the full-time, I don't think there's any way I'd want to do it otherwise. It's such an area that you can get in a whole lot of trouble and a whole lot of hurry if you're not familiar with what you're doing and the way that it's regulated, the things they're covering, and just the benefits and the cost. All that expertise, I think, is very valuable. We can piecemeal it out internally to some point, but truly having that concise area, yeah, absolutely.
The city isn't a huge employer in terms of, but not having somebody specific to that role seems, even at the size that the city employs, seems a little bit, I don't know, careless or.
Well, you figure we double our size with our seasonals throughout half the year, and then we have same issues anybody else is going to have. I mean, it takes one issue to cause you a whole lot of headache, regardless of how many employees you have. And so, no, I think it's been a very good ad, and we've got outstanding candidates, and Danielle's done a tremendous job being here, catching on, then of course running into budget and everything else, and trying to take on those duties as well. And she spends most of her time here. She's looking at starting to spend part-time at Public Works, one of our largest divisions, so having a presence there. So it's been a good adjustment as well of different things that we are trying to get at and look at and implement, and just changing the way we're doing things.
And hiring has become...
Hiring's been consistent now.
It's become increasingly difficult, so having that extra person and that expertise and focusing more on hiring is a good use of getting a good ROI. Not to mention everything else you mentioned, but the hiring component is so important.
No, we've been fortunate in the candidates we've hired, and then even having Gina here now through the end of the budget process, while Val and I could hammer out a lot of stuff, thank God she was here for the end of it, because there's a lot of system work we didn't have any idea where the hell's that work? I mean, it was very impressive to see just the knowledge of the system we have, how much more efficient we can be, how quicker it can go. Stuff that we will improve upon next year as well, and this will be a much faster process to prepare, finish, easier to understand. There's a lot of changes we can make now already. So, like I said, we have a very solid department with the people we've brought in, and it's exciting going forward. I don't know, ladies, either one, if you have any comments on what we have within the department or any kind of the budgetary items or your direction going forward, anything you'd like to touch on?
I suppose the one question I have is about the new payroll system.
Yeah, that's the one big, looks like one payroll system expense.
budget, I think you'll see a little bit of an increase in the training. And I think part of that stems into what you heard on Monday night with the auditor, just all the rules and regulations we're having to follow on the accounting side as well as the HR side. COVID's playing a big role into that too. That stuff's constantly evolving, and that's taking a lot of time for us and for Danielle specifically focusing on all those changes. So you're going to see a little bit of increase there, and we're going to go to some conferences to get more of that information, understand how other people are doing it, what we need to be focusing on, what's coming at us next for us to focus on as well. I guess for our department, I just want to say we're kind of in motion and moving. We're all newer. We're kind of trying to figure out what was being done, what needs to be done, what wasn't being done, what else we need to improve on, what's coming at us, like I said. So we're just going to kind of keep moving and trying to figure out how we can make things more efficient and what we can do to enhance what we're doing in our departments too. We do have possibly the increase of staff a little bit as well, and that's going back to some of those segregation of duties and those double checks just to catch some more of those human error type things as well, just to fix some of those problems that we might be seeing or those things that we might miss. I'll let Danielle talk a little bit about the HR software. It's something I told James that might be coming down the pipeline. When we were in transition talking about this, we weren't sure who we were hiring for HR, and when Danielle came on, she did identify the need for it as well, so her and James have kind of been working on that project too.
Yeah, it's all about efficiency, and as Gina touched on, everything's evolving so fast, and again, you go back to the audit, you go to HR and all the restrictions and things that are coming up. The last thing we want to do is be caught with something we should have been on top of. We should have known that. And if you don't have that expertise in some areas, we're not all built for that. That's not our backgrounds. You can learn some, but you truly either are in that or you're not in that. And we're not in that. So thank God other people are. But yeah, we've had system challenges. We're going to work through kind of some education through Gina, who's got a little more experience in that system and what it's capable of. We've maybe not used it to its fullest extent. We're going to try and work it to the limit now. But part of that is as you talked about, the hiring. That's what we're hoping to get with the payroll and HR system. So
yeah, right now our accounting software has a payroll module in it. It also has a time and attendance module, but it's not working. We've been promised an upgrade that's not happening. It sounds like they're not quite getting there. We don't know. What I've seen, there's a lot more efficient, a lot more compliance issues that we could probably solve with a software that's made for payroll. And then what we don't have is a human capital management system. So something, we don't have applicant tracking. We do that all paper process. People bringing in an application or mailing that in, that's causing us to lose applicants. I know it is, just from past experience.
Are people mailing in applications?
We have paper applications, yeah. They'll email them or bring them into City Hall. But anymore, a lot of research shows people want one click. They want to go have their resume on Indeed and there's quick apply, and you just apply for it and it sends it off. There's not a form to fill out every time. So I've gotten some quotes and some different options for us, but it'll integrate with those major systems like Indeed. Right now we have a couple of jobs posted, and any applicant that we keep or we say that we want to review and contact, it'll give us their information, but we pay $35 per application. With these systems, we get an automatic integration, so we don't pay per applicant. It comes with the solution. So there's that piece, and then there's onboarding. Right now, we're having everybody do, paper, like onboarding paperwork, and then we're scanning that into a system. With onboarding, they'll sit at a computer on their first day, and rather than filling it out, they give their signature once. It auto-fills all of their information, and rather than spending a half hour doing paperwork, they spend about 10, maybe 15 minutes doing that. So just efficiencies, small efficiencies here and there, but it really adds up, especially when it's a one-person HR department. And then there's a lot less room for human error when it comes to payroll. The other big thing is self-service. So right now our employees, if they are applying for a loan and they need all of their W-2s for the bank, I go in and print all of those off for the last however many years, or all of their paychecks. I go into Laserfish and click on each payroll and print that off. For the employee to have to be able to go on and do that themselves and download it and email it right away, it again seems small, but it's an efficiency thing. Updating their own information, they have responsibility for that. Through this type of a system versus right now coming into the office and writing it down for us to go in and enter. So just small things, but it's a lot. And I think employee experience, the other big thing that I want to mention is we don't really have a centralized location for employees to access documents or even the employee handbook. This type of a system will have an employee portal so they can go on, we can do announcements, we can do push notifications. We don't have employee emails for all of the employees. So it'll be a spot where they can get communication, and then just in addition to the mailings that we do through paychecks, which we wouldn't necessarily have to do there anymore either because they have their own profile. They could go in and see that. So, not something that absolutely has to happen, but it would make a huge difference, from our office's perspective as well as the employee experience.
I think it's a start, too. It seems like small efficiencies, et cetera, but going forward, how much more of this will progress as technology continues to take hold of that industry? You don't want to push a lot of paper or anything. It's getting the ground for this so we can expand and go forward. We don't have any of that right now. And so we're hoping to get this, get set, and then go forward with more and more and more so that we can eventually get less and less paper errors, et cetera, and I think it'll help going forward.
Yeah. Well, a new payroll system is cheaper than an extra person.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought about this before either, but you've got all of these part-time summer people, and that has to be an incredible task to get all of those people inboarded with the proper paperwork and set up a payroll system and everything else. So any kind of efficiencies there have got to be really beneficial.
Yeah, yep, not only for hiring, but also for the payroll system. Karen goes in and enters all of that manually every week. So, that's a full day and a half that she spends just entering and reviewing. That wouldn't happen anymore, or have to happen. It would probably take her a half a day to do payroll. So.
And you look at the hiring, we've talked about our difficulty in filling positions that we're starting to see. That's where applicant tracking, and are we seeing analytics, and is this working or not? Are we getting, Indeed was one we didn't really want to do necessarily because, as you said, every person you interview, then you owe them $35 because they use that to apply. That's ridiculous. We shouldn't have to do that. We should be able to interview as we need to, because then if you don't get that, you start a second round of it or a third round. How much does that add up to compared to a system we're going to put in that eliminates all that? I know they got to make money, but that just seems ridiculous that we have to pay somebody for using someone who applied through them for us. I just could not believe that happens, but it does. That's how it works, and it's ridiculous. So we're just trying to get more efficient in every way, and that's been kind of the key through his budgets. Everybody's talking about whether it's equipment, whether it's infrastructure for information technology, payroll, everything's trying to get more efficient, faster, quicker, better, less paper, because time is money, and that's one thing we don't have any more of is time. We're limited. So to try and do more with less, and I hate that cliche, but to try and do that, this is the stuff that we're going to have to start venturing into and getting with so we can do that.
I think you make a good point, too, that things only continue to change. So the longer we put it off, then the more massive undertaking it is when we say, okay, we can't keep doing it this way anymore.
Yep. And we're seeing it in some areas already. And like I said, we'll talk about that after lunch. One of them that, like I said, the seasonals, that kind of came to a head, and now we're stuck. We have no choice but to start looking at what are we going to do to try and pull people back when we can't compete, when we're $4 to $7 to $15 an hour less than some of the areas that they're seeing these in. It's staggering what has happened in the last 2 years, much less gradually over the 5 years before that. The last two really exposed an issue that was always there and amplified it tremendously to now we're staring right at it. And what do? We witnessed a little bit of it last year, but it's really jumped up now. And we can't chase it forever. And again, I don't want to get too far into this, but at some point we do have to try and at least address it. And that's what we're going to hopefully advise you today to try and attempt to do. So Any other questions in for accounting? I know standing in between you and lunch, and that's a tough place to be, but accounting, HR?
Thank you.
All right. Then Mayor Pro Tem, if it's up to you, if you'd like to break.
Unless there's an objection from the council, I'm going to go ahead and adjourn for lunch for, what do we do, a half hour?
We can, and then if you're wanting to, we could then tour the building afterwards, walk off a little bit of that lunch, and then come back nice and fresh from the cold air and jump right into the rest of it.
Okay, so we are adjourned for now.
Yep. Awesome. Pretty well, we're cruising through. Good. Because a lot of this will not take long.
Yeah, I didn't know what your expectations were.
Last year we were doing about 3:30.
Yeah, well, I know it's however long it takes, is how long it
So we'll call the meeting to order after lunch recess. Councilman Kangas has to leave us, so I will be running the rest of the meeting. So bear with me. Looks like next up is the Health and Social Services portion of the budget.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is pertinent to the auditor letters.
That is correct. So as we started early in the session, and I provided you the 2 different memos that the state auditor has sent out concerning nonprofits and funding of public dollars, and this is that area that seems to affect that. If you glance through, this is where we have traditionally made payments even to our sister city or the senior center, Heritage Days, Historic Preservation as a commission, and then you see there is a request from the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Commission. That's the $5,500. And then this is also Cedar Valley Alliance, and that's what we're kind of looking at here. So as we get into hotel motel, then we'll also have the chamber you have to look at, which sits in there. So this is the first part of that 2-part area we're going to have to look at. So, Bill, I don't know if you want to come up, please, and then kind of run through what you're seeing. I know League of Cities has been heavily involved in this, and like I said, we've talked, it may be an overreach of the auditor, but yet we still may have to comply with some kind of a verbiage or something. So
it's interesting because of your November 2nd, 2021 best practices. They've even lightened it up since then, because I know we had our conference in 3rd week of November, and where all the city attorneys were all in one place. And there's a lot of pushback, and so they got another, and I can't remember, I should have tried to pull that out, but they have another one that basically said if you can't have an agreement or a written contract, you should at least have a written statement in your resolution or in your minutes that basically identify the public purpose. And, they talked about 2 different things, because it's either a economic development reason that you're doing something, or it's a public benefit. And so if it's a public benefit, you're supposed to kind of identify and at least explain the rationale towards why you're benefiting that particular organization and how it helps benefit the community. They talked about things like food banks or other things where they could identify how many people were served, or how many, and especially like with our the senior center, it would be maybe how many seniors take advantage of it. Is it open to everybody? Is it kind of those kind of general, it can't be restrictive, or it'd be something that wouldn't be a public benefit. It would be a group benefit of some kind. So I think it's really, they're telling us that if you have an agreement, if it's more complicated, that's fine. Or if you have some literature or something that basically sets forth how you think that's going to benefit the community that's presented to you, and you incorporate that into that resolution where you approve it. They did talk about, though, having resolutions that actually approved, and if you're going to do it, put it in the budget, have a resolution that basically identifies those things and accepts those for the budget. So I think I kind of took some notes on this and looked at it and thought the senior center is certainly one of those. I think the Grow Cedar Valley, the Cedar Valley Alliance, we could probably move that over to economic development, and it would make sense to put it there because it's an economic development group that the cities belongs to. But Heritage Days and regional transport is for direct services, so that's a measurable thing too. The sister city, that's probably the most questionable one in that sense. Right. Mm-hmm. And it kind of depends on whether it's those years when they're coming here and doing a group that's coming through and you're providing some help to that, or if you're, and that's kind of more of a tourism thing in my mind when you're talking about that aspect of it. If it's just giving them money every year for their group, it's probably not the same as if you say, well, there's a contingent coming over and we're going to help them house something, or put them in, let them use the civic center or the council chambers, or maybe put some money towards something. I think it makes sense for that aspect of it.
So I think that was part of it too when we first saw this coming and talked about it, was if you're able to identify exactly what you're giving for, that helps to be finalized well. So if it was Heritage Days and you're giving towards the fireworks itself only, that's something you can look at. Or if it's a specific item only, I think it helps to identify exactly what you're doing. Now, whether they use it for that, I can't, but I mean, it's again dividing water in a bucket. It's all the money, but can you say that is what we gave it for?
And I think it's,
helps.
even with Heritage Days, that's kind of the, almost the official city's kind of celebration.
It is.
And so that tourism aspect really is important, I think, in that situation. And the fact that it is, it's a public benefit because there's a lot of things in that are free, that are given away. And because we subsidize and help with trash or other things, those are minimal type contributions. And then the cash contribution you make is just really helping because you have volunteers doing it. But it's still kind of a city event that's it's being done.
So do you think it fits? I mean, would it
I
fit
think it
this
does.
to?
Tourism side, I think it does, because that's really another component to tourism that it generates.
Does it need to go toward a certain item on their budget? I mean, would that help or not necessarily?
I don't think so. I don't
Initially,
think it needs
that was the talk. I think it's progressed to where it isn't necessary. It was just a good idea to at least know what you are presenting it for.
So then you get back, and then you look at the chamber, and the chamber is a tourism aspect. It has, there's a lot of things that you can kind of put that with. It's an economic development tool. I mean, we work together in economic development projects too. They help with, street signage. They help with, because they paid for the study of where to put the wayfinding signs. So, I mean, I think those kinds of partnerships you just have to highlight and identify as being a public benefit and a the auditor started out saying we wanted to have agreements and, whereases and all that. And I think everybody said that's really not very practical because a lot of these small towns really just don't have the effort or the time and effort or the people to sit down and actually create things for them. And they kind of know what they want to say in their minutes and in their resolutions. And that's probably going to be good enough. We've gotten it down to, I think, where I don't have any real issues with kind of watching the discussions that have occurred, ones that are really questionable when it comes down to it.
So we may, once we get through this piece of it, then it'll be a decision of do you fund it or not why you're funding it. But then we would look at what you do decide to fund. We would maybe have a separate resolution that encompasses all of this when we approve the budget itself, if it's still in there. That would then eliminate, but be a full record of this is what and this is why. And then that kind of takes it all together instead of doing separate agreements for every single one of these organizations.
Yeah, I don't think we have to do that. And I think a lot of them that propose what they're doing, they've given you the basis for it anyway. I mean, even the senior center talked about what their operations are and how they're doing it.
Yeah, the senior center had good documentation. I didn't see anything from the sister city. That's kind of.
And I think that's because they really haven't had, used the money, I think, except for the years that they have people visiting. And then they have some expenditures to
When you say they haven't used the money, I'm assuming they're still taking it.
I don't know.
Or do they they only spend money and then when they get reimbursed, when they spend it, they have to be reimbursed?
I don't even know if they're actually getting it every year or do we give them a check?
I'm trying to recall, it's $900.
Yeah, well, I get that, yeah.
So it's not something
The
we're
other
looking out for.
organizations do. So I'm on Heritage Days and Senior Center, and they both get a check.
So I think it's a request, the allocation is sent, and then what they're doing with it is what they're doing with it.
I think some of that was they were doing work with and during the Oktoberfest, they had a booth.
Sure.
And they do, they also have donations because you're expected to give $25 a year, I think, to help out as a membership. And I think it's really one of those things, it's more important when there's events going on that groups coming here.
So how does the auditor's letter relate to the task force request?
Well, I look at the city commissions, when you talk about a commission, whether it be historic preservation or any commission that asks for some kind of funding, I think that's a government function anyway.
Right, okay. So it doesn't really fall under this.
I don't think it does.
Yeah, I think it just looks, once you set it up, any function that you approve that they want, you still have to prove it, but if you think it's a viable thing, then you can vote it in that way.
As long as it would be a project of that commission, if they just wanted the money to give to somebody else.
Exactly right. It shouldn't be a pass-through, right. It should be an event or whatever their purpose is in using it that furthers their purpose as a commission.
So am I understanding correctly that the auditor's mandate here is basically for better documentation of why money is going to 501c3s?
It's to provide a purpose. So yes, I think it's better documentation listing out a specific purpose for why we are doing these certain things with these organizations that are nonprofits, so to speak, or any private, public purpose
So
like that.
historically, have we had, forgive me, I'm naive about this, have we had like written agreements with the senior center? And so it's been just kind of, they made a request at some point in time and the council has approved it and it went into the budget.
Yep.
So
And
am I understanding correctly that like this doesn't have to be a really huge deal? It's going to be kind of a pain to just document it better now?
I think what's happening is it was a problem in certain towns, and it probably was where they had less oversight and more. It was just, okay, we'll help them do this, or we'll give that to them. They wanted to make sure that they were doing the process better than that. I think in the bigger towns, the bigger cities, people were already doing that. And even the fact that we asked somebody to give us a request letter, it's something that sets forth why they want us to give them money and what benefit they provide to the community, kind of does that for you, and you're just approving the request. And so that what's in that letter is probably the sufficient documentation of what you're being asked to do.
Well, it sounds like they want it used for events or for nonprofits that are open to all and not just a select few people that...
They were focusing on public benefits instead of private benefits, and making sure that, you weren't using something for a private purpose.
Right.
And it got to even using land or some of these other strange things that I don't think we'd ever get away with in a community like ours. There's enough oversight.
We're just paying the penance for those who have.
Right. And I think it's the one thing, the auditor just wants to keep everybody honest about it and make sure they're doing the right things so that the public isn't, so they're aware of what's going on and how the money's being spent.
Because if somebody came to you and said, hey, we need $5,000 help with this project, and you just went and did it, that's the problem we're seeing with some of the things that were occurring in other areas. We've not done that here. But there's no documentation really. We just gave it in good faith and went off. Who knows what they did with it, finished it or not. There are, I know of instances that has happened in other cities, talking to my peers. We haven't done that, but that is what drives these kind of decisions, and is to have some formal documentation. What is the public purpose versus here's some money, it's exclusive, it wasn't right, whatever it may be.
Right.
So it's nothing specific that we've been looked at. It's statewide. It's something they're wanting to look at. And I think if, like I said, if Bill's okay, we can do a resolution when the budget's approved. Any of these that are included in there, we will list out and have a full vote documentation of it as we go through. So
we can just use whatever their letters and things they request, because I think those are the best evidences of that. And if they need more, we'll just ask them to give us a little more background as to what's going to happen with that request.
So going forward, like, let's say if
I think there's one thing specific.
Rag was coming through, or the firemen's convention again, or something like that.
More, but no, I looked at that. You're absolutely right.
We wouldn't necessarily be hindered from helping those projects if we so choose. We just have to make sure it's documented that this is for public benefit.
I think it's just vetting that and open so people can see it's an open process and they can weigh in on that.
Other questions for Bill or other comments?
To answer the question about Sister City, the beginning of July, every single year, the $900 is just issued.
Okay.
We're just sending them their allocation then. Okay. Thank you.
So it might be good, just to make it consistent, to have some sort of letter from them saying how they've used the funds, and
I think so.
Be good.
I would request that, and then we can earmark this is being used for
Right.
that.
Right.
Okay.
I think we should go over and check on it.
I think they're going this year, so if you...
The auditor might be very interested in that.
It is a great place to go if you ever have a chance.
I would love to.
I'm sure.
I did want to look a little deeper into the diversity, equity, and inclusion request, that 5,500.
That's kind of my next point is if you would, Madam Chair, do you want
I'll let you,
talk through each item to see if we have issue with this as we move forward?
Yep.
So now the purpose established that we're going to put into place, now it would be proper to talk about each item in here, budgeting or not budgeting.
So I'll just run through how they're listed then. You mentioned regional transit.
Yep, that's something we've done in cooperation for transportation.
And that hasn't changed over the years.
Hasn't changed. The Sister City budget, we just heard about that we need more clarity.
Need to request a letter to have that per part of the budget.
And then the senior center, I sit on that commission, and they did support, provided nice documentation. They have definitely increased their reach to the community and are actively working on adding more services. And we've also talked at the meetings about how they're trying to spruce up their website, make it a little more user-friendly so seniors from the area can determine what activities are public on there, because there are some, like retired teachers go there and meet for coffee, and so there are groups that go up there and use it as a space to gather for certain groups. But it's a hardworking board. They did up their request to $10,000, mainly to support staffing. They've changed their management model from a full-time manager, and now they have, I believe it's 4 people who are working part-time, a couple of whom, or one of whom at least, is on the board also. And so they're able to cover events more nimbly, and that's basically why they upped their request. I don't know if people have questions about that. The next one listed is Heritage Days, and I also sit on that commission, and they have kept their request the same. Expenses have gone up there. For instance, to rent the stage, to rent lighting, cost of hiring the musical acts has all increased. They are aggressively fundraising and raising money through their can deposits. And thank heaven for a couple of the people on that committee who work really hard to go through the cans. They're now going to the various bars in town and taking their recyclables also. Wow. And so it's a big job. Scott Bartling is there every day. Rob Hirsch does it. Dave and Julie Knipe. So there's a bunch of people who work hard on it, and they're always looking for more people to just help at the time of the event and all through the year. So, but they kept their request the same. Were there questions about that?
Sounds like a pretty significant portion of their fundraising.
The cans, yeah. They get, they solicit from local businesses and individuals also, and the businesses in the area are very helpful, very supportive. And a lot of those donors have done it for over and over again, including through the pandemic, when times weren't as good. They've had loyal donors. But yeah, the cans have become a major fundraiser for them. So it's great. And that's allowed, they're adding activities all the time, and, they charge for a couple of them, but most everything is free for people, which is great. Any other questions about them, about Heritage Days? Then we've got some operating supplies next for historic preservation. I don't know, Brian, if you have any comments on that.
So, I mean, again, that's the same. They're not increasing that request at all. Most of that is used for attending conferences. They do have some various things that they're working on, such as, I want to say, table tents in some of the local restaurants for awareness. They are talking about establishing another historic district in town, but that would be a separate expense request. That would come through separately. But I mean, most of that's just conference attendance.
Any questions about that commission? And then next is the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Commission. I don't know, Heather, if you or Carla have any comments on there.
I know Mr. Quaker was planning on coming in, but not able to be here today. So just a few things that they were working on. Very new commission, and they're doing a wonderful job, really trying to educate themselves and just create themselves in the commission. But I know that they were looking at getting some funds, number one, because they want to bring in some speakers, or host actually some speakers, to educate the community, staff, and maybe retailers as well, what it means, to be equitable and diverse. And they were also looking at some type of for the businesses in town on how to be equitable and bring in diversity and be welcoming to all people. So they were looking at like an online type of educational piece, and there would probably be some funds needed for that, and how to roll that out to businesses. They definitely would need some assistance in marketing that, and maybe with Chamber helping with that as well. And they really want to partner. They're looking to form some type of partnership with multiple entities in the community, specifically Chamber and WSR, and I could go on with quite a few different places that we have. And correct me and jump into if you need to, Carla. So just that, promoting that partnership as well, because if we can, get businesses in here, a variety of different businesses in here, or hiring as well. So, so just some marketing and enlightenment in businesses. It's, I guess, it benefits the public because we're trying to promote inclusion and diversity.
Have they identified an online workshop already?
Is it a specific?
Nail down a specific one.
Yeah.
Okay.
They've got a list of a half a dozen probably that they were going to look at.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would add, Heather, that the retail.
Do you want to go to the mic, Carla?
Yes.
They've got their letter included, their full request in the packet, so.
Yeah.
Would they
The
highlight
retail
what they're
one, they're
looking at?
trying to help educate the community and the retail owners by having them do this online version. And they want it to be as quick as possible, but they also want them to have a buy-in to it. And then we were going to have the decals so that they could post them in their store window that say basically all are welcome. And that way then it promotes the employees to feel free to, to feel better about themselves to go and apply, and also for visitors and guests to come in a little bit maybe as well.
I mean, I suppose I'm looking at their request, and they're asking for $1,000 for education, and that makes sense to me. The $2,500 for the community festival for Juneteenth holiday, I can get behind that. The marketing materials and resources, $2,000, that seems high to me, especially because you've got, in 1C, you've already got those decals being mentioned for businesses. Here we're talking about keychains. We already have an existing kind of marketing commission for kind of the Welcome Home campaign. I'm concerned that this is a lot of duplication of effort. I think that a lot of those marketing would do well to work through some of our existing groups, whether it's economic development or Chamber of Commerce or Main Street. That 2,000 just seems high to me. I'm okay with the education and the festival. Those are things that I think is money well spent, but I just have images of having a lot of these wristbands and keychains going to waste. So that's really the only thing in here that seems an unnecessary expenditure from my perspective.
What would you suggest?
I'd suggest half that amount. I mean, if you just cut it from 2,000 to 1,000, I think that would be more reasonable. I'm concerned about a lot of wasted like logo items. Yeah. So I've seen so many of these kind of marketing attempts where we flood the community with these things and nobody wants them. And I'd rather kind of start out small to figure out what people want and will use, and then once we have the design and once we have kind of the image, then rolling more of them out later.
What about incorporating, we just authorized a new agreement with Amperage to work on continuing the Welcome Home and targeting southwestern Wisconsin and southern Minnesota. And I wonder about partnering, could the commission give input directly to them for that type of marketing?
They did discuss that they would like to do that.
Yeah.
I think that would be more effective.
And that might be under money we've already budgeted.
Yeah, and I think some of these were, like the magnets, I think they really felt like people could probably put a magnet. Lots of people love magnets. Throw them on your refrigerator and you see it and you look at it, maybe infrequently, but it's still there and it's there for years. And the decals as well, I think is something that might be, I'm not sure if that's included with the businesses or not. No, that's up here. So I think they were looking at, being part of Heritage Days, being part of like the parade as well, looking at things to help let people know that the commission is here because it's new. And a lot of people don't know what the commission does, and they're still trying to figure that out. And so I think that's kind of where this came from, is so that they can let it be known, and also with the Juneteenth celebration, letting people know that, hey, this is what we are planning, this is what we'd like to do. So I think that's where this comes from here.
I like the idea of them working with existing groups like Amperage, like the Chamber, rather than, I would say, reinventing the wheel. Rather than kind of starting over. I think that if we can get them connected with some of our existing marketing campaigns, that would be more effective than kind of trying to start all over and do it themselves.
Other comments or questions about that?
Half of all marketing works, I think Brian identified half of it doesn't, so that's
okay.
good.
All right.
Yeah, so just cut the marketing budget in half and you're good, right?
Yep. Cut it in half all
I think we can also, we can also look at if they have a specific request, right?
Sure.
If they price something out that we don't budget for now, and they come back and say, hey, we would like to have $400 to do.
I would be very supportive if they had a specific thing in mind that they wanted to use it for.
Yeah.
They could come back and ask for that.
Okay. So any other comments on whether we should reduce their request a little bit or recommend that? Okay. The next item on the expenditures for this section, I believe, was the Cedar Valley Alliance. So maybe a refresher on what that is, James? And
Yes, this is our membership into the Cedar Valley Alliance. It's the group with Cedar Falls, Waterloo, and us. We are the three largest entities in that region. And so we made a 5-year pledge when their membership changed, their management changed over. This is a fifth of that 5th year. So going into the next budget, then, if you approve this piece of it here, you'll have to decide you want to continue to be a part of this or not. And that's where I think it would be good to have their CEO come up, some of their board, to talk about what we've gained in those 5 years, and kind of have you do a little bit of a self-reflection of what do you think we have or haven't gained in the 5 years.
Okay.
I think there's good points to it. I don't know if it's $5,500 a year worth. I don't know.
So
I sit on that board, and we talk through a lot of things, but a lot of it isn't necessarily Waverly specific by any means. It's truly regional. And so we're fulfilling our commitment of our 5th year. But after that, I think we need to have a really long discussion of what do we do going forward.
Okay.
Because we are part of other economic development groups that I think are more our space as well. The 6-county region we're a part of, we share the job board with. That seems to be pretty effective. We can point to how that's benefiting us pretty directly. And I'd want to be able to do the same thing here.
So we're committed to this final year.
We did commit to this 4 years ago when they changed leadership, and we gave them one more chance because we're on the verge then of debating should we continue on. And so this is our final year of that pledge.
Would those funds be better placed or defined in economic development versus health and social, or?
Well, this is under other community and economic development, technically. I mean, it's the other little branch, we just don't break them out separate. So either way, we sure could. We could put it in that budget too instead.
Been there for 4 out of 5 years now.
No, that's all right. But no, we can move them. It doesn't change anything.
Okay. Any other questions about this section? All right. We will move on.
Next one would be TIF.
TIF. It's always good to have a little refresher on, brief refresher on TIF.
Tax increment financing, for those of you that are paying attention still. So we have a TIF district, we have a unified TIF district, so we have one large district that multiple districts come into. And anything too specific, Bill's gonna have to answer it for me, but we generate revenue out of those districts that we put towards projects that have been designated as TIF projects. We have a handful that we do that through, and we've split them accordingly. Part of it was a parkway, we've done downtown, so there's certain areas you can't use TIF districts in. We borrow funds, pay them back with our TIF allocation that we generate every year. And it's gotten less and less. They have the 20-year cap on some of these. We've had some large districts fall off. So we're pulling about everything we're getting at this point in time. Now, granted, we have some fund balance we've built here, so in the years going forward, we will be trimming back to utilize some of that fund balance, so we're not capturing all of that TIF district. And then that puts that money back towards the schools, county, even our own general fund instead. But that's primarily what it's for, is to pay the bonds that were part of the TIF projects. There's 4 currently. And if you look at your debt, it's 14A, B, 15B, 17A, 18A. And we get down to debt, we can look at the highlighted and bold areas where those are the TIF bonds, kind of what they were used for. So, but that in a nutshell, unless I'm missing something, Bill, is there anything you'd add to that? Drag you up to the mic for it, but.
Well, in the payment, on the next page, the payments are almost done.
Yeah.
We did lose 2 big districts that were done, and so that will be settled at this number for about 3 years, and then we'll start losing a few districts at a time, because they're very much smaller. When we go, the earlier TIF districts are still there because there was no sunset. We'll have to look at this every year. There's a bunch of people that want to restrict TIF and take away the unlimited nature of some of those districts, and they would basically start the 20-year sunset on some of those districts. So we have a lot of funds that are now coming in on a regular basis from those 2 districts, and then the ones we've done since then. When we put the last 5 years that we put in some properties into these TIF districts, expecting that they would start going up a little bit, and that would help. They've actually been reducing some of the property tax valuations because these companies have gone in and fought for reductions in their valuations. So we do have quite a few that aren't really generating anything, but I assume that that's going to maybe start ramping up a little bit more again as those valuations get redone in the future. And we do have one more a TIF district. We have a new plan. We have a West Waverly plan, which is the old Red Fox, and the property to the south of that. So, and we could end up with more on that west side in the future, using that as a separate district, probably that way. But we have to do TIF, we have to do debt in order to use TIF. People don't understand that necessarily, that you just don't take money out of the TIF and pay for something. You have to borrow it and then pay it back with the TIF revenues. So
that's the easiest, simplest way to define it. That's what we've done. We don't blanket half the city. Some places do and call it TIF. We're very surgical in what we do and don't put in and take out the parcels themselves specifically. And I think that's a proper way to do it, honestly.
And we've pulled a few things out that were in the TIF forever, and then they never got touched. So we pulled them out, and we have them back in the plan, and so we can do that with some of those properties on 4th Street that would have been gone, but now they're still back in, so we can use them. And it's because we never used them before, so we never generated.
They were never certified. We never pulled anything off them. They were just there, but never actually enacted and implemented.
So I think it's a fair way to do some projects, but it's not the only way to do projects. I mean, it's a fund that's there, and we already have it, so we should make use of it at times. But if we don't make use of it, it goes back to the general fund anyway. So
as we stated, we have 4 projects right now in process that are TIF related, and that's all we have. have. The next page, you see the facade grants. This is the final year of those reimbursements, and then the other items such as the hotel group, et cetera, they have been paid off. So we have no more of those side items either. It's truly just bonds for the TIF, and that's all that's left. So.
And it looks like those bonds, the first two were dry run improvements, and the second two are Parkway.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
TIF is one of those things, it's some cities, and you get the wrong people in place, they can really run amok with it. And
You can do bad things with TIF if you're not careful, so I'm glad that we have.
To begin with, I mean, I think there are certain surgical situations where it can make sense, but.
Well, that's why a lot of the development agreements, it's TIF in general. Some of it is similar in that nature, but we only use the increment financing. We're not taking away from us there. It's only increment. If you earn it, you can receive it. Otherwise, we're not giving it. So it keeps us from getting, as you said, just everything being used like this. We're just limited in what we do with it, and I don't think it's a bad thing necessarily. So,
Okay.
any questions on TIF in general, though? We can jump to cable TV, the franchise fund,
Right.
which is, again, pretty straightforward. Same thing we've used in the past. We take half our franchise fees here, half goes straight to the general fund. We use it for the technology to do what we're doing today, to broadcast with our contract with Wartburg, and then the maintenance and upkeep of this system and equipment as we go through. That's all we've kind of ever utilized it for.
Okay. Questions on that? All right, next up is the local option sales tax fund.
So I would go to the second page. It's a little bigger and it's a little easier to pull in. So local option sales tax has generated a lot of revenue in the last couple of years as the pandemic kept people closer to home. We saw more local purchase, and so we have a lot more revenue running into this. We're not projecting as much out as we can possibly because that's not going to last forever, so we try to be a little conservative in our projections. And so as we look at it, traditionally, there is a source that you can only use certain things for local option sales tax. The voters approved that. We're still in that 20-year cycle. So you have streets and bridges, you have alleys, construction type things from park improvements, and then emergency services vehicles. And most of what you see is just exactly that. The money we set aside for the police vehicles we talked about earlier. Same thing with the ambulance that we talked about earlier. You have the Parkway bond was in there. That's one of the 2018A that we just discussed. 60% of that is paid for from TIF, or from loss. The 40% are from TIF. And then a lot of that we don't have any more projects we're putting in. We use some for the capital improvements, and that is the other half of the park building reconstruction we're trying to do, the remodel out there behind Quick Start East. The first year we put in 100 for this. This allows us to finally get the project underway, so we didn't do it all in one big swoop. We tried to be responsible that way. Because the 225 last year, prior to that, 100 of that is for that park building. The other 125, 100 of it was for the comp plan, to get park, space, rec, that going. And the 25 was for some of the repairs behind the big six, which we've not been able to get underway yet with some of the other project work we've done. Seal coating, we've transferred that in every year. It's gotten 150 now, and then we put in 25 for storm drainage improvements. And that's what your losses goes to right now. And so again, it's limited to certain things we can and can't do. Alleyways, we have stopped that funding right now. The final one, I know Rod's brought that up. It's actually on to be going forward in the spring, so that is happening. You'll see it in the capital projects toward the end of this. It's listing it right there. That'll use the rest of the funds that we have. And so then we'll have to look at, do we continue that forward? Are there other alleys we should do or should we not do? Or do we start to send that towards the sidewalk program again to try and get that deficit erased, and how do we move forward? But so that is the only thing that we have stopped as of right now, is the alley project till we got the last one finished, which will be this spring. So that's something you can certainly discuss and look at. Is, do you want to continue to put more money from lost into that project and continue to redo the alleys as we go? I've not had a chance to tour them downtown or others to see what other ones are in need of repair, so I don't have that knowledge. I apologize, but all of those of you that are downtown quite a bit, if you know of others, we'll look at those. But right now, we don't have that factored into this year, additional alleyways, other than the one that, again, is going to finish this spring.
Yeah, I haven't had anybody contact me. Have you, Ron? Have you heard?
None other than the alley that James was
Right.
talking about.
Okay.
I would comment that the alley behind my business, semis can't get down it because they can't make the corner on the west end.
Yep.
And I suppose that probably helps the durability of the alley. But we always have to have our trucks pull up alongside on 3rd Street.
Yeah, when they built them, they weren't really built for that turning radius convenience. It's not easy. Even panel trucks have a tough time making those and getting in there. We've had a couple try. There's some scrapes here and there. Whether or not they made it, I don't really know. I just know they're not there now. So they either got through or backed up. But it is a tight turn. And I agree. I don't know if it's necessarily a bad thing, because I don't know if they're built for that kind of weight load going through there on the semis.
Right. Other questions?
I mean, I will say I would love to see us get back to the sidewalk replacement program. So, I mean, I agree we had to stop that for a while so we could do the alleyway reconstruction, but I'd like to get back to filling in sidewalks in town.
I know it's a topic we'll discuss briefly Monday on the study session is some of the infill and do we continue to go forward. And so, yeah, sidewalks are something we've talked about. We may need to start getting back to that at some point.
Okay. Any other comments about that?
Okay, you're
All
gonna
right.
flip through a few pages here. Hotel motel tax would be the next one.
Okay.
So we get our transfer from the general fund in hotel motel. We've been talking, we may reverse this process at some point. It makes more sense to, and talking to Gina, and she's absolutely right, to have hotel motel come into hotel motel and then transfer it to the general fund instead of vice versa. So we'll figure all that out. It's off season, we'll get that squared away. But what we're looking at, as Bill had mentioned earlier, we're looking at using the hotel motel now for advertising or recruitment, everything that we kind of have done for amperage. Instead of taxing on that side, we've been waiting to get through all the rebates, et cetera, to be able to put that in. In fact, I might need to move that up a line. I think we missed that one, advertising and recruitment. Yeah, we will. I gotta move it up a line.
Which one?
The 60,000, I need to move it up
So
a line.
that should be advertising recruitment instead of
We
rebates.
put it where the money had gone, we should need to pop it up a line, so.
Okay.
It's one more page to swap in and out for you. It's a work in progress.
So it can be used, this can be used for economic development, certain specific
It's for
uses.
tourism is a lot of
Yeah.
it. It's the main cause, and so we're hoping that if we're drawing in recruitment, advertising, it's,
Right.
so that's how we're using it there. You also see the chamber contribution comes out of here. The Waterloo Cedar Falls Symphony is looking to do a program here this summer again, so we have a little money there, along with some of the other contracts. Holiday lights, downtown planners, all that stuff that beautifies that area. And then we do a small transfer to the pro shop of 5,000, but that's your hotel motel tax. It's been fairly consistent year after year. We don't swap out too much in this usually.
Okay. Questions about that?
What's the rationale on the symphony? I like symphonies.
May I have Garrett speak to that if you would, Waterloo Cedar Falls Symphony. It's kind of a unique experience that they want to come and play here, and so I think we're helping with the setup, but if you would.
Yep. A few years ago, they had contacted Leisure Services about using the amphitheater and getting some use out of that. So they did a 4th of July weekend show. So it was an Independence Day show. And basically what it comes down to is they want to come play. They don't want to come play for free. So we had agreed to $1,000 for them to come and play for that Independence Day weekend. They were not here last year with everything going on, but they would like to come back here in 2022.
It's kind of a tourism effort.
Yeah,
I don't
tied
know
to
that.
specific performances.
Yeah.
Specifically.
Correct.
Other questions about the hotel motel tax?
Because the page after shows where we have exhausted the rebates and everything that we needed for that and what was pulled out of there. And then you get the language for hotel, motel, et cetera. Then you get to the request from the chamber. I know Travis Tolliver is here to speak on that. If you'd like to listen to him at this point in time, ma'am.
Sure. You can come on up, Travis. And we've got a copy of the 2021 annual report in our materials.
Yes, we do.
What I'm passing on is the two publications that we do through the Chamber of the Main Street program. The first obviously is our membership directory. It's an annual project that we do with the Waterloo Cedar Falls Courier. And then the next one is the every 2 years we do a visitor's guide for Waverly and Bremer County through our friends at the Waverly newspapers. So just wanted you guys to have a copy of that. Thank you, Mr. Bronner, for having time for me to come and address council. Just for the record, Travis Tolliver with the Waverly Chamber of Commerce and Main Street Program. And usually I come with a member of our leadership. Unfortunately, our 2022 board chair, Chris Knudsen with Wartburg College, is not feeling well today. And so he actually wrote a statement that he'd like for me to read to you on his behalf. Dear Waverly Council members and City Administrator, I apologize for not being able to deliver this message in person. Unfortunately, I'm experiencing symptoms right now, and while it appears not to be COVID-related, out of an abundance of caution, I have chosen to submit these remarks in written form. I would like to thank the Council and the City for its previous support of the Chamber and the Main Street Program. We view this support as a partnership that allows us to maximize the investment from all of our members to produce the most effective results for our community. Our program, like many others around the state, bring together the activities of a chamber, a Main Street program, and a tourism bureau, all under one roof, which allows for the most efficient model of collaboration and efficiency for a community our size. With a small professional staff and 80 to 100 volunteers, we are able to accomplish great things together with the partnership of the city, so much more than we ever can do independently of one another. As you will see through our annual report, we are keeping our funding request the same again this year. Even though the costs to put on these events and promotional activities have increased this past year, we wish to respect the fact that the city's expenses have also increased as well. We currently have 283 members, investors in the program, and 90% of them were retained. We even brought in 30 new members during our pandemic year. These numbers demonstrate a commitment to the community and an understanding of the value of the Chamber Main Street program provides. 2 years ago, I participated in a Main Street, Iowa orientation program and learned that for every dollar invested in our programs, the return of the community is 9 times that amount on average. That means, let me turn the page here, that investment level the city provides, the average return for the community is likely around $360,000 each year. Every dollar matters to an organization like ours, and the investment and leadership the city provides is critical to our ability to deliver value to the community. I hope we can count on your support again this year, and we look to tackle new challenges in the years ahead that will allow our city to thrive. Thank you for your time, and thank you for each of you for all that you do for Waverly. Chris Knudsen, 2022 Board Chair. So I just echo Chris's comments as well. We don't take our relationship with the city for granted or very lightly. I think we've done some great things this year, and I would just, along with the annual report, just like to kind of go through our accomplishments as we have reported to you on a quarterly basis through your study sessions and reported through a dashboard. I just kind of want to sum up real quick 2021 for you. So as was discussed earlier, wayfinding signage. We did hire MSA to come in and consult with that project, and proud to say that we are nearing the end of edits for a master plan that once it's ready, we'll be happy to turn over to city staff and to the council for your approval to move forward with that project in phases. We are ready in our January board meeting to approve design guidelines for our historic downtown district. These are, again, guidelines, not standards, but best practices for building owners in our historic district to know how to properly improve their buildings through facade work and other aspects of preservation. Glad to say that we've accumulated a lot of information, not only from the state, but from fellow communities that have these guidelines already in place. It has already been approved by our Design and Beautification Committee, and like I said, we'll go in front of our board at the end of this month. It has been reviewed also too by Isaac in Planning and Zoning, so he's given his blessing on it, which was really helpful as well. we hired Roland Ferry, who is a videographer, photographer with Wartburg College, to capture images of all of our events throughout 2021 and some footage as well. And so we're really excited to have a new library of images and footage that can glean a lot of great things about Waverly through more advertisements, through more tourism efforts that we do, and certainly through the Waverly Welcome Home initiative as well. We grew our social media platforms just beyond Facebook. Instagram and LinkedIn and YouTube are now sources where you can find information and images and footage about Waverly. And then also, too, we started the discussions about the bridge shutdown in 2023 with businesses, and have started putting together the idea of forming a task force of community members to be able to help sort of plan for that with our businesses. We also want to put on some education programs for our businesses to better prepare for that shutdown and what that might, how that might affect their business. And so with that effort, our board approved earmarking some of our reserve funds to help with those efforts for marketing, for signage, for event planning, for educational programs and that kind of thing, so to help our businesses continue to thrive, even though it's going to take a little bit longer to get to them in the downtown area. Looking forward, our goals for this year, again, obviously, like I just said about the bridge closure, moving forward more on those efforts. Also, too, with Chris as our board chair, he's also the head of marketing and communications for Wartburg, so he does a great job of being able to tell an organization's story, and so that's really an effort of his that he wants to focus on this year, to be able to tell our story more and to be able to get it out there, how important the Chamber Main Street program is to the community through all the different efforts that we do and all the events that we do as well. And of course, furthering our tourism efforts with what we can, trying to broaden out more of our publication ads and purchases that we do to be able to make Waverly a destination on the Iowa map. We want to facilitate more strategic partnerships throughout the community, and then also to take a look at ensuring our financial stability by reviewing all of our financial policies and procedures. And we've included several quick facts for you there with the numbers through the annual report, and pretty self-explanatory. I just want a quick run through the Main Street facts with you real quick. Like it says in the annual report, we've been a member of Main Street Iowa since 1989. We've been nationally accredited with Main Street America since '89. So far, since becoming a Main Street community, there has been $31.7 million of private dollar investment in the downtown district. 93 buildings have been sold, and $10.7 million of private acquisitions. So 93,211 volunteer hours. In 2021 alone, we look at having 148 businesses that call Waverly downtown home, 263 full-time employees and 335 part-time employees, which equals nearly 600 jobs just in the downtown alone, which would make the downtown the community's largest employer. 500 plus people live in the downtown district, and $30.3 million of full assessed value of downtown properties. Beyond that, I think I would just open up for any questions. You can see on the last page there are some of the images that Roland was able to provide for or capture from some of our events that you'll probably start seeing in future advertisements for Waverly in the next coming years or so. But any questions that I can answer for you on behalf of our organization?
The visitor's guide, when we were handing this out, where and how are you distributing that? You mentioned some things, but I got my pieces mixed up here.
Great question. So we get that from the Waverly newspaper. We disseminate that through area hotels. Right here we have a thing in City Hall, all of the library, all of our visitor packets, anything that comes out of our office as far as information. Typically we'll always have a visitor's packet with it. benefit. So our hotels use them quite a bit. I think each hotel room gets a visitor's packet, and so they're frequently asking us for more, which is great. And then, however else we can hand them out. We also too have a tourism area in front of the building that gets used quite a bit. So when we're not in the office or on the weekends when there's an event, people will come and grab that tourism information.
Do we have a way to reach new movers into the community? Maybe we're already doing that, I don't know.
Yeah, so kind of like a welcome. Yeah, we're exploring that option. It'd be nice to be able to tackle some of that. We used to have a welcome basket company in town that would do that. They have since left, but no, but it'd be great to be able to capture some of those new people. Yeah.
I think that the Human Equity and Diversity Commission was talking about, continuing that welcome packet as well. They felt like that was a real excellent way to communicate some of the resources and a variety of the things that we do have here in the city. So I think that's something that definitely to work, that probably will be communicated with you. I know that we kind of targeted the Chamber, Main Street, as somebody that we can partner with in doing that welcome packet. That I know, even as a resident moving from one area of town to another, that I received that, and I was like, oh wow, I didn't even realize that we had this, or this is excellent that I received this, even if I was just moving from one area of the town to another. So I know that the commission has spoken about that and wanting to partner with you.
Great.
So maybe, I don't know, Travis, could you maybe go to one of their meetings and
Yeah, so I was actually talking with Carla about attending one of the future meetings, and certainly I know that there's some Juneteenth discussion going on, and we want to see how we can partner with the commission on that and try to help promote that more. So yeah, for sure, we can.
Yeah, especially with Chris, as your incoming chair and his connections with Birgen.
Yeah.
I mean, they already have diversity efforts going on too, so that might be
true. And and speaking of Chris, I would be amiss to say too that the other focus that he has right now too is to form a 5-year strategic plan for the Chamber Main Street organization. So in February, our board will be having a retreat and a strategic planning session. Will be facilitated by former Wartburg professor Bill Withers, and we're really excited to get a strategic plan out for the next 5 years for our organization.
Do you think that within that strategic plan, I know we've been really working on, welcoming people into Waverly. So do you think some of that could include the Human Equity and Diversity Commission, or get some ideas from them as well? I know we talked again about meeting with them, and they really see you and the Chamber as a huge networking opportunity. So, maybe networking and including in your strategic plan on how to be more inclusive as a community, and maybe how to improve human equity, diversity in business and in the community, and bringing that more welcoming feeling to Waverly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't want to presume to know what the board wants to do as far as a strategic plan, but it's certainly something that can be brought up for discussion. But I do know that the invitation's always out there to partner with all of the commissions, but yours in particular seems appropriate with regards to tourism, with regards to recruiting businesses and new citizens. But the more that we can promote Waverly as a welcoming place for everybody is important, I think. So, yeah.
So I'll be looking forward to hearing from you real soon, like at a meeting or chat with them. Hopefully get you to talk to the commission sooner than later.
Sure, absolutely.
Julie, do you have any comments? I know you go to the chamber meetings, but
I think Travis did a great job of summarizing, and I think there's some great initiatives and good direction that the chamber's been providing.
I know one issue last year was just trying to improve communication, so I appreciate the quarterly updates and seems like there's been progress in that regard.
I was going to mention that as well. I think there's been a vast improvement in our communication with council, and just trying to keep in touch with you as what we're doing and vice versa. Also to want to make note of thanking everybody for appearing on our city council series with our video webinar series that we have on Facebook and our website. I know that I still have Tim, Ann, and Matthew to go, but we'll get that wrapped up here fairly soon. But it's been great for people. We've got a lot of positive responses from people watching those and better understanding your roles as our city leadership. So thank you for participating in that.
Good.
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose the one thing is, what's an important metric for me is the number of new members. I like to see kind of the membership growing. It looks like here you got 30 new members listed. Now, again, I'm a mathematician, so I'm looking at your 90% retention rate, which means you had 10% who didn't return. So it looks like you lost about 28 members.
Yep.
So, I mean, 30 new, 28 lost, it's about a push. I would like to really see those numbers improve, you know, a growing membership rather than just kind of maintaining. Sure. Yeah. But I mean, just kind of that's something I'd like to see more of.
Yeah. So. And we were really happy with, obviously, the number of new members that we had. However, the businesses coming out of COVID, for a lot of them that I spoke with, that wasn't able to renew their membership. It was just purely economic based because of the previous year that they had. So I can see businesses being cautious for sure. And unfortunately, one of the things that gets cut first is memberships. So we hope to bring those folks back in and build that membership number.
Again, this is a one-year snapshot, so it's more important the long-term trends more than anything else.
Sure.
Other questions?
I just wanted to say, and I don't want to belabor the point, but I just liked to see that the chamber's taking the lead in coming up with ways to sustain the downtown area during the bridge closure. I think that is incredibly critical.
Yep.
And I'm glad to see that you're looking ahead on that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we've got a lot of great ideas out there. I've spoken to the mayor, and he's brought forth some ideas as well, and just encouraging folks to take the scenic route to downtown to get to their favorite business or to the post office or whatever it may be. I think is going to be critical for that time period. And granted, it's only going to be for a number of months, but still, a number of months.
More months than we care to think about.
Right. But sometimes can make or break a business, and so we just want to make sure we're trying to put forth every effort that we can.
Right. And make sure that we encourage people to get downtown, have as many activities and whatever that we can do as a council to support that. I think we would be amenable to doing.
I appreciate that one. Your support obviously goes to help those efforts. So thank you for this time. Yep.
Sure. Other questions or comments?
I just want to add that I think that there's a way at all to we get either a warm welcomes person back, or we do it. I don't know if it's a function for any of the entities for you guys to decide, but I think that's really critical. And but not only that, but no other communities do it. So if you move to this community and you get all this information and a proper welcome, that would be huge for us. And we're kind of it's gelling there already. So it doesn't sound like it would take much more to kind of push it over the edge and make it happen.
Yeah. Yep, absolutely. So working with Heather's commission, looking at our strategic plan certainly could be something that could be worked in, and so we can try to figure out how to make that happen again. Yep.
It'd be really nice if it could start when people come to interview, before they make their decision to move. I think if you're given some materials like that and you're, in healthcare or you're going to be teaching or whatever, you can go any place. Yeah. It'd be nice to know that this might really make their decision for them.
Well, and that's certainly to advocate, the investment that you make in the Waverly Welcome Home program. I mean, that is really a recruitment tool more than anything else. And so when folks come here to interview or tour the community, they certainly get that information not only from us, but city economic development staff. We share responsibilities with economic development staff to tour the community with some of those folks and point out the highlights and whatnot. But yeah, all that information is definitely given, and there's another opportunity where they get our visitor's guide as well. But Waverly Welcome Home really does a great job of that recruitment tool that you're speaking about.
Okay, anybody else?
I would just piggyback on Rod's comment. As a downtown business person also, I think I'm so pleasantly amazed at the vitality of our downtown business district, given the interruptions that we've had over the last 5 years. It's been almost constant between the construction projects and then COVID, and now we're looking at the bridge closure. And I think it's amazing that we are still so healthy and vital, and I think that's something we need to be really proud of, but also really mindful to continue supporting.
Yeah.
Because it wouldn't take much to have it be the last straw.
Right.
Yeah, we have resilient businesses, and I would even include in that list the flood of '08. So yeah, our businesses have learned to be resilient, but like you said, it can turn on a dime. So we want to make sure that we try every possible effort to make sure that it stays vibrant. Yeah.
Okay.
Don't forget the flood of '99 and the flood of '91.
Thank you, Rod.
All right, well, thank you,
Those of us
Travis.
who go back that far.
Yeah. You said it, not me.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next on the list is the debt service sales tax increment revenue fund.
And that is all that is, actually. So that is just set up to pay that specific bond we talked about earlier, is sales tax on the chart for the debt. That's the only thing in it. And so we collect in sales tax increment funding. Eventually we get to the points enough for the bond, and then we use it to pay it, and it continues on as we go. So we have a few more years left in this bond, and that's pretty much when this will disappear. But that's all this is to pay that debt, pay that bond.
And which project specifically, was that the dry run?
This is dry run.
Okay.
Yep.
And the sales tax is collected just here in Waverly, or is this a portion of a bigger sales tax?
That I don't know. I'm trying to remember. Is it just ours? Okay, it would just be ours. And thank you, Mike. Yep.
Okay. Okay, any questions about that one?
Perpetual care.
Next is the perpetual care fund that we can never access.
That is correct.
But here it is.
I had a question about that. Is it permitted for us to use some of the money in the perpetual care fund to repair some of these
Headstones?
The headstones?
Interest. Yeah, I mean,
Interest only.
I don't know if you have a
Interest
comment,
only?
Garrett, but interest is all we can use out of it for whatever we do, and that currently does go towards the cemetery to assist in its operational cost. We've specifically designated it
So
for
it says
tombstones.
0 under interest.
Right.
The donations.
And I'll tell you why it says 0 there. It's actually located in the interest income in the cemetery, budget.
So that's where that is going to offset the cost of that budget.
Gotcha.
Correct. So yeah, any interest that we collect is actually in the cemetery budget as a revenue already.
And that fund is what, like $500,000?
I think,
That's just in there?
I don't have
It's
it in
just
front of me,
sitting there.
536,000.
536, 649.
So how much interest did we get?
Not that much.
Not that much.
Yeah, interest rates this year were not good.
0.25%, it's not really cutting
Right.
a whole lot of it there.
I'm seeing actual for this year was 1,300.
I'm sorry?
Projected to 11,000 seemed a little
missed that.
aggressive, but
Yeah, I think
although
there's some
last year,
11.
so I don't know what's going on there.
We'll sort that out.
So
That was under the cemetery
under
part.
cemetery, yeah, it's the second line, interest income, and in 2019 it was 11,000. In 2020 it was 1,300, and then budgeted is 11,000. So there's a order of magnitude that seems to be vanishing last year. So
We're optimistic it'd come back.
yeah, so
We're hoping.
And where does that come from?
from this perpetual.
From the perpetual care, so it's interest generated by that amount that sits there?
Correct, yes.
We'll dig into that as time
Okay.
it's off.
But you can't actually spend that for anything?
You can't spend
The
the
principal.
530, whatever it
Right,
is.
okay.
Yeah, basically that's,
Okay.
yeah.
Because we could fix up everything really nice.
It's supposed to support the, what was that?
You know, you could fix up a lot of tombstones if you took a
Absolutely.
chunk of that out of there, right?
But there are stories, I believe, in Chicago of cemeteries going out of business, and what do you do
Yeah,
with
right.
all the
Correct, and that's what the perpetual care is supposed to cover.
happens
if
Right,
that's what
right.
happens.
To prevent that.
Yep.
Okay.
Rural trustee areas that just walk away from it. I mean, it happens there too.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
Not very often in cities here do you see that, but
Well, we have a beautiful cemetery.
it won't happen now.
This is something that the city, this fund is something the city put in place at some point in time and made those rules about.
Is it a city or a state?
I think it's a state order.
Because it's an essential service.
We did
It is required by the state.
Isn't it an essential service? We
I
had
guess I
that
don't know if it's an
discussion,
essential service,
like
but-
fences and.
Yeah, it's just required by the state that we need to be a perpetual care cemetery. Yep, so, and we get audited each year on that and what comes in and all that good stuff.
Yeah, all right. Okay, thank you.
It's always a tearing the Band-Aid off one for me.
Right. All right, next we have a section about benefits.
Actually, we go into the restricted funds.
Okay. I was just still in the
The
yellow
employee benefits,
pages.
there's like 3 pages.
Well, mine must be,
Right before restricted benefits.
I've got mine after restricted
okay.
funds, so.
After restricted funds?
Because employee benefits, if you have it first, that's just literally the benefits that we pulled out of each budget and summarized
Yeah.
out for you.
Okay.
So that's, you've
Then
already
you
seen
wanted to
that
go
once
to
already.
restricted funds next?
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what the next piece
Yeah.
would be.
All right.
These are the smaller funds that we just allocate items for that have to be used for this. And I'll just ask you to kind of take a quick glance, see if you have questions. I mean,
Does any of this relate to the auditor's letter? No? Okay.
like, because these are all like
Within-
us.
Yeah.
So the DARE program, Tri-County, Shop the Cop, Police
you-
Dog, which we do not have a police dog anymore, minor equipment, community gardens, dog park. You kind of see it's the stuff that we do, and it's just held in separate areas. We know what funding we have for it.
I will say I'm pleased to see that we do not have a huge proposed or projected budget for the forfeiture. We're not trying to fund our police department by grabbing people, bringing money through, so.
I think a lot of that changed, is it not, over the years, Rich? I don't think you can seize and forfeiture things like you used to be able to. I think a lot of it's kind of shifted.
I think that depends on where in the country you are.
Well, I don't think it's here.
It's not here.
There's most of the forfeiture money comes into that as revenue is through our partnership with the Tri-County Task Force. So it's with the, and Tri-County, but now it's actually just 2 counties, Blackhawk and Bremer. But yeah, and so forfeitures are hard. There's a lot of process to them, and most of our vehicles that we can seize, there's usually a lien on it, and it's not worth it. So yeah, but
I put an order in, I still don't have it, so.
All right. Okay.
It doesn't bother me that it's hard.
So any questions about any of those funds?
On the Trees Forever Fund, the Trees Forever revenue, where is that? It has $12,000 projected as the revenue for that. Where does that, is that getting transferred from another account? Or is that a grant?
Garrett can talk about that.
What it is Waverly Utilities gives a chunk of money to Trees Forever for the Iowa fund. We get a portion of that back. I believe that is $7,500 of that. We also get a grant from Mid-American, and then there's a place in there for grants too where we have Trees for Kids. We have the Trees Please, which may go hand in hand with Mid-American. So that's where all those revenues are coming in from.
So do you think the Waverly Utilities gift to Trees Forever, is that going to get hit by the auditor requirement?
I don't know what they're going to do with that.
That's one of the questions that we had when that came out. And
we don't know yet.
Yeah, we don't really know for sure, but I mean, we're thinking positive on that.
Yes.
They're public trees.
Yes, they are, open to all.
Everyone can enjoy them, so they're public trees, I think.
Okay.
Not sure how that's going to work.
Other questions about these smaller funds?
The only other fund in there, it's not the small fund, would be the equipment reserve, which when we roll through it, we sure can. That's kind of the clearinghouse for how we fund the police vehicles, ambulance, fire, et cetera. So if you look at the equipment reserve, we transfer in, as we've done from local option, That's where those items are coming in from, the top. And then we transfer out after we build a certain amount of fund balance for police vehicles. You see the ambulance there last year, the administration's van that was 2 years ago. That's all that goes. And then you see the balance of what's there at the time. So it really is just kind of an in and out clearinghouse where we can actually accumulate funds to make these purchases instead of doing them all at once, nothing for 2 years, all at once. It kind of levels out the tax relief. So.
Okay. Other questions about these? All right. Next section is the debt service fund.
Debt service.
Anything you want to say about that?
Basically, we talk about this each year. What I do like is that each bond is showcased separately. When you look past the first page, that is just the amount of tax we need to make the payments. We have a little backfill is still there. Our excise tax, a little bit of interest, and then the transfer in from TIF, as well as from other funds to pay the debt associated with it, such as water and sewer bonds that were GO bonds taken out with water and sewer funds. So each bond is specifically labeled, and that's really efficient. I've not seen that prior to coming to Waverly, so I appreciate that a lot. And at the last page, you do see a summary at the bottom that splits out what is the water bond, the sewer bond, TIF downtown district, which of course is all being combined, local option sales tax, the sales tax interest fund, the STIF fund, and then regular just GO bonds. So if you see the line 23, you can see that we have some bonds that are going to be paid off in a while, some are next year. And that's kind of how we start to go about tracking what room we have, what we don't have, what's coming up, what's not coming up. And so that's kind of in a nutshell how we're going to run our debt. It's just a good indicator where we sit and what it looks like. So on the left side, there are some brief descriptions. So you see your 2014A GO bond, TIF highlighted there. That's one of the four that we talked about. The 2015B, you see the STIF 2015B, that was part of the bigger bond, and so forth. So we try to at least give a little bit of a description of what each bond was done for and why.
So looking at that 2014 GO TIF bond, and that was a 15-year bond. That was longer than normal.
Yep.
We usually try to do 10 years, but that one was a 15-year.
Yeah, everything we've done since I started has been 10 years.
Okay.
Except for the STIF, or the SRF, which will be 20.
Okay. And that's the water improvement grant.
Correct.
Okay.
So that's your debt
questions?
in a nutshell. That's your GO bond of debt.
Questions about that? Or comments? All right. Then we go into the section about all the different active project funds, some of which aren't so active anymore, but.
Right. A lot of these are gone, so to speak. So a lot of this are estimates based on projections for 22 and then 23. We have some estimates we pulled from county department. Some of the department heads helped through. The first one, 301, is the main one that we use. We get our funding in from Waverly Utilities. That funding will be there. I have confirmed that next year. And then transfer in from Lost also. The lost transfer goes to the very first item, and that's what we talked earlier, to see Park Building. We try to renovate that facility instead of building brand new. We had 100 in last year. This will let us get that first major chunk of that building done. So we've kind of split it over the 2 fiscal years, so we can get that implemented and get that coming to you in the spring, so we can get that going and get that construction rolling. The Big 6 deck repair, that came in a lot higher than we anticipated this year. We've kind of pushed that off. We have 50,000 in there to try and get that shorn up. We had pictures last year. I don't know that we got them in this year, but the railings that are rusting in, the wood that's needing replaced, it's going to be a substantial project. I don't know if you have any comments on that when we make, Mike. Okay. Wayfinding, one of the big ones we've talked about. I worked with Connie and Bill, and we came up with a 4 or 5 year process to get that accomplished. Some of the processes are bigger. This first year, we're looking at about 70,000 to make that happen, and that's an assortment of smaller signs. I meant to get that in the packet here. I can email that to you, though, and let you see what that looks like. scroll that down, so we can at least finally get this up and running. As Travis had indicated, they had hired in the consultant. We were paying for the signs, the implementation, and this would be that very first step. This has been something that's been talked about for longer than I've been here, and I'm just glad to kind of get this process going. And so I will send you that plan that was drafted. I apologize it's not in here.
And that's for all over town, James?
That's everything.
Yeah, okay.
That's, the overall plan includes the entryway signs, the big monuments that are at each end of the city. The wayfinding as far as pointing you to the schools, pointing you to the parkway. Different shapes, different sizes, different reasoning behind them all. And then even some smaller monuments at key places within the city to help direct very heavily trafficked areas. So MSA's done a great job with bringing the possibilities in. We've looked at a number of different cities, their structures, how they've done that, and kind of from font to word to verbiage to what reads the most clear. It's been quite a process. It's the first time I've been through it. It's impressive what goes into just deciding which side should the arrow be on. Should they be all on the same side? Should they go different ways? It's impressive to watch that be done and see how it goes. So I will get that to you hopefully today, and if not, first thing Monday morning, I will get you that overall plan. But the first phase that we are looking at would be about the $70,000.
And what's the first phase for? Is that the smaller, just more directional?
More of the smaller ones. It's not any of the big monuments on the outside of the town, edge of town. Those are much, much more. There are a lot of the smaller ones that start getting assigned internally here inside the busier areas. And Connie will spell all that out in their report. So I'll definitely get that into you.
Okay.
The outdoor warning system, always have a few $1,000s for replacements of sirens and things of that nature. And then the fire reserve, that's the $25,000 we put towards the next vehicle every year until that comes up. And then the CDBG housing funds, when we first applied, there was $15,000 we would owe when it was all finished. That's the $15,000 that we will finally pay in the end once this entire thing is completed. And we hope in the next year that will be finalized since we're on our final property right now. So that should finish, if not in this fiscal currently, it definitely would in 23. And so we're hedging that that's going to be paid that year when it's all said and done.
And we've received the money that we were to be reimbursed?
Yep, it's still coming in as we go, and so we're kind of working through that process. So as far as any other projects, like I said, we can kind of walk forward, and any questions you want to ask, you sure can. Obviously, the Public Works facility is finished. They'll be wrapping up, finalizing items. We've tried to estimate what that would look like. Sidewalk program, that's the big one that we still have the deficit in. You know, we have a few $1,000s in there for assessments that may roll in from prior projects. And then the possibility of, if we have to repair an emergency sidewalk, it's all we're really funding in there right now. But we would like to find a way to clear that and get that started again soon. The removal of 3rd Street Southeast Bridge is completed this current year. The funding, however, was one that we had to utilize. So we have transferred it out to different funds to help offset overages, underages. That was the one key thing we want to do this year. We had a lot of negative funds that we just not been able to wrap up and finish and zero out. And we've accomplished that, I think, with everything in here for the most part, all the projects that are finished. Except for the sidewalk, I think we've been able to transfer out and get rid of them. So they are zeroed out and should disappear. That was one big goal that we were able to accomplish.
Okay.
Seal coat program, again, we have it broken into districts, and so each district's a new one. This is the next year that we'd be looking at. I don't recall which district it is. Mike, Justin, either one, do you guys know what the next area would be for seal coat?
It's Rod's neighborhood.
Oh, lucky dog.
Yeah, right in the downtown area here on the west side of the river.
Okay, so that would be the next one, 23. So that continues as we move forward. Obviously, Parkway's done, Bremer Avenue's done. We did get our final, whoops, hang on, I missed a page. 20th Street is done. The alley, that last one you see in there for projected 22, that's the final bill coming in there. Should leave us a few thousand left if everything goes fine. And the Cedar Lane, we are hoping that the paving is done in 22. I think it's going to go into 23 possibly, but we're optimistic. We forecasted it being done in 22. Highway 3 reconstruction, we got our bill for the final payment. And, oh, God, it hurt. That was a little more than they promised us it was going to be, but we've done the transfers, we have enough, we'll make the payment, that'll be the end of it. It just, it happens.